Martial Peak, Chapter 4325, Third Activation, Heavenly Executioner's Sword. At this moment, Kong Feng realized that Yang Kai had baited them by acting as though he was at a disadvantage and was forced to activate the defensive Grand Array. However, he figured it out too late. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so deceitful. Instead of retreating, which was clearly impossible now, he ground his teeth and increased the speed of his ship. As a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had outstanding insight and possessed an exceptionally keen battle sense. There were only two sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and they were both injured earlier. Since he was busy activating the Array Jade, Mo Mei was the only one he needed to pay attention to. If he could rush to Yang Kai and have Luan Baifeng tie down Mo Mei, he could easily capture Yang Kai and control the whole situation. At worst, he could disrupt his focus so the Grand Array would no longer function properly. Considering all this in an instant, Kong Feng decided to act boldly. In such a situation, how could Yang Kai not have predicted his plan, though? Following a cold snort, Yang Kai swung his hand, and a good portion of the tens of thousands of streams of light immediately changed directions towards Heavenly Sword Union's ship, while the rest continued their bombardment of the 100-sect alliance like a meteor shower. As soon as the flight-type artifacts of various great forces noticed the dire situation they were in, they rapidly retreated and activated their own defensive arrays. For a moment, innumerable flashes of multicolored light illuminated the sky. A moment later, the endless streams of light enveloped all the flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance with a rumbling boom. Although the 100-sect alliance brought over by Kong Feng had large numbers, their strength was inconsistent. Most of them were third-class great forces, so how powerful would their flight-type artifacts be? As soon as they clashed, the defensive arrays of the more than a dozen ships at the head of the charge broke. As more streams of light flooded in, these ships were all torn to pieces, severely wounding and killing all the cultivators aboard. The streams of light continued to shuttle forward, blasting into the shields of the other flight-type artifacts, all of which shook dangerously and flickered precariously. All of the cultivators on these artifacts held their breath nervously. Fortunately, they quickly found that despite the seemingly ferocious wave of attacks from Voidland, it was not as terrifying as they initially imagined. The power of the tens of thousands of streams of lights varied greatly, so the damage caused by them was limited as well. Of course, the most important thing was that they still had the numerical advantage, allowing the damage to be distributed among all of them. The situation was still within a manageable range. Even so, more than 20 flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance were smashed after the first wave of attacks, with nearly 2,000 cultivators dying all at once. The shattered pieces of the artifacts and cultivators filled the sky and rained down in an extremely gory scene. Before the survivors could regroup though, the streams of light that shuttled through their formation turned around sharply and struck at them again. Everyone was appalled and quickly scattered to avoid the barrage. At the same time, lights continued to flicker around Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Thousands of artifacts bombarded it, but they were all blocked by the defensive array. As a top-tier second-class great force, and given that Heavenly Sword Union's ship was Kong Feng's personal vessel, it certainly was superior to the other flight-type artifacts here and possessed exceedingly powerful protective ability. However, no matter how strong a defense was, it could not withstand continuous and uninterrupted attacks forever. If the defensive Grand Array of 9 heavenly layers could be broken, what more need be said about the defensive array of a mere ship? When Heavenly Sword Union's ship was only several tens of kilometers away from Yang Kai, the light barrier that protected it shattered to pieces, and everyone on the ship was exposed to the attacks from the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. But that was close enough. Several dozen kilometers might seem far at a glance, but to a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master like Kong Feng, it was practically within arm's reach. Aboard his ship, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and roared, "Brat, let's see if you can survive this time." As he shouted, he and Luan Baifeng used secret techniques at the same time to push back the surrounding streams of light. Then he stretched out to grab at Yang Kai, while Wan Baifeng locked her divine sense onto Mo Mei firmly, so that she would not interfere with the situation. As long as Kong Feng could catch Yang Kai, they would win this battle, and she would be able to harvest all the captives at will. Facing the incoming blow from Kong Feng, Yang Kai did not panic. His cold gaze still firmly planted on his enemy, Yang Kai and Yu. He changed their hand seals together, and the next moment he lifted his hand high, clenched his fist tightly and bellowed, "Start the array." Just going to the star. A buzz echoed loudly throughout Voidland as the entire spirit province trembled. From the void, a sensational aura was suddenly born. With the appearance of this aura, threads of sword chi as thin as hairs permeated the entire Voidland, seemingly slicing through the world itself. At this moment, whether friend or foe, everyone felt sharp pain on their skin, as if there were invisible blades cutting their body. Kong Feng widened his eyes, staring at a column of light that emerged from the depths of Voidland blankly, and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Regarding the grand array of Voidland, he had witnessed the bewildering array, the defensive grand array, and the offensive grand array. He thought that was everything, but only now did he realize that this grand array literally had more layers to it. Although there was only one stream of light this time, which was far less spectacular and magnificent than the tens of thousands of streams of light earlier, Kong Feng dared not look down on it. Previously, the streams of light were only large in number, but their real offensive power was not great. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to plow through them to approach Yang Kai. It was precisely because he knew that Heavenly Sword Union's ship could withstand such a bombardment that he decided to advance instead of retreat. However, the beam of light in front of him was different. Even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng felt threatened. If he was hit by this stream of light, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. That stream of light was a mass of pure white sword chi. It was only 10 meters long, but it gave off an aura that seemed capable of splitting worlds. Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Similar to the Heavenly Net Umbrella, this sword was Grandmaster Ma Fan's creation, a powerful weapon tailored for Voidland to protect the sect. Neither the Heavenly Executioner's Sword nor the Heavenly Net Umbrella was an artifact that could be controlled by an individual cultivator, because they would both consume an extraordinary amount of energy. They were designed to be supported by grand arrays. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was completed not too long ago, so it had not accumulated much starlight strength yet. Whether it was to activate the defensive Grand Array or offensive Grand Array, energy was required. Once this energy was consumed, the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would be greatly weakened. Therefore, Yang Kai purposely tricked the enemy into coming deeper by acting at a disadvantage, all so that he could fully utilize the Grand Array's limited energy supply. At this moment, when the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was unleashed, Heavenly Sword Union's ship became his first target, and Yang Kai was determined to take down Kong Feng. Kong Feng's face turned pale. The defensive array of his ship had been broken, so he did not have anything to shield him from the incoming attack. He wanted to dodge, but if he did, everyone from Heavenly Sword Union he brought along would be doomed. Therefore, even if he realized the horror of this sword, he could not avoid it. Grinding his teeth and bellowed, "Junior Sister Luan, help me!" As he shouted, world force erupted from his figure and he raised his hands up to the sky, as if he was trying to hold it up and stop it from collapsing on him. Luan Baifeng secretly cursed Kong Feng for his incompetence in gathering intelligence. She never expected to face such a powerful foe here. If she knew it would end like this, she would never have waded into these muddy waters. But right now, she and Kong Feng were on the same boat, so how could she sit back and let it sink? Enduring the heartache she felt, she summoned 3 array plates and poured her world force into them. With a flick of her hand, the 3 array plates turned into 3 light barriers, shielding Heavenly Sword Union's ship. She was a spirit array grandmaster, so naturally, she had some array plates on her for emergencies. The 3 array plates contained exceptionally powerful defensive arrays. If she still could not resist the sword with these, she could only quickly escape. As for Kong Feng, his fate would be up to the heavens to decide. Other than Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng, there were still quite a number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union aboard the ship, so at this moment, they all put everything they had into defending against this sword. Sword light flashed as it slashed directly onto the ship. With a sky-rending screech, the 3 layers of protection shrouding the ship exploded to pieces and disappeared into flashes of light. Even the 3 array plates were reduced to dust in a single strike. The sword chi strike continued forward, and as soon as it landed on the ship, cultivators with lower cultivation exploded into blood mist without being able to say a word, while the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all thrown out, many of them heavily injured and coughing blood continuously. Kong Feng's face paled slightly as even he was forced back 2 steps, the world force coming from his body fluctuating erratically. Fear etched on his face while Luan Baifeng looked incredibly gloomy. On the other side, Yang Kai was so annoyed he couldn't help cursing. This was the first time he had activated the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, and he was completely satisfied with all the transformations and powers it displayed. His past sacrifices had finally paid off today. The power of Heavenly Executioner's sword was beyond his expectation, and if not for Luan Baifeng interfering, Kong Feng would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. But at the critical moment, Luan Baifeng used 3 array plates to protect them. Yang Kai glared at Luan Baifeng, wishing he could gnaw her to death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai made a hand seal again, and Yuhi quickly cooperated with him. At the same time, she transmitted a divine sense message to Yang Kai. Young Master, the energy consumption of the Grand Array is too great. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, I know. Noticing the sword chi condensing again, Kong Feng's expression immediately changed. As soon as his power surged, he drove the ship around to escape. He was truly frightened by the sword chi's previous attack. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help putting a weird look on his face, and stopped his action. He wanted to slash Kong Feng with another sword chi wave, because there was no way Luan Baifeng could have so many defensive array plates with her. Even if she managed to help block the strike once, she could not do so a second time. But Kong Feng actually chose to run away. Yang Kai guffawed. There was a way to the heavens, but you refused to take it and chose to enter the gates of hell instead. Old dog Kong Feng, you truly court death today. While remarking so, he put his hands on his back and grinned at the Heavenly Sword Union ship that was running away. Heavenly Sword Union was not the only one escaping. All the surviving 100 Sect Alliance ships were too. Although they came in high spirits, their morale instantly dropped after being attacked by Voidland's offensive Grand Arrays. Now, there were only about 70 flight-type artifacts from the 100-plus that came. More than 30 ships had been destroyed and countless casualties were suffered. It was not only animals that had the instinct to run away from calamity, but humans too. They naturally wanted to escape, and many ran even earlier and faster than Kong Feng. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4326, Bewildering Array starts again. However, before the 100 Sect Alliance could escape Voidland, thick clouds rapidly permeated ahead of them. They did not notice it at first, and entered the fog bank one after another. For a moment, they could not see anything, and their divine senses were suppressed to a great extent. They lost their sense of direction just like headless flies. Why does this situation look so familiar? This was clearly the bewildering array at the periphery of Voidland. Earlier, they were obstructed by this bewildering array when they came in from the outside, but Luan Baifeng managed to crack it, allowing them to invade. Everyone was appalled. They could not understand how this array could be reactivated again after it was cracked. Kong Feng was clueless too. On the ship, he turned to Luan Baifeng and bellowed, "Junior sister Luan, what is happening?" Luan Baifeng's stunning face turned sullen. "We fell into that brat's trap again. He must have intentionally deactivated the bewildering array before." She thought that she had cracked the bewildering array of Voidland, but by the looks of it now, the little bastard must have tricked her by removing it as she was working on it, luring them into the lion's den. Since they attempted to escape now, he certainly could reactivate the bewildering array to stop them from running away. Upon this realization, Luan Baifeng clenched her pristine teeth so hard that they almost cracked. As the Black Prison's warden, she had never been fooled like this before in her life. She was maddened with rage. Kong Feng asked anxiously, "Junior sister, do you think you can crack the array?" "I'll try," Luan Baifeng replied with a solemn face, not daring to be too confident. It was not like she gained nothing from observing the tremendous transformations of the bewildering array from the outside earlier. She found some details about the bewildering array, and she might be able to succeed if she focused on cracking it. Her beautiful violet eyes flickered again as she stared at the grand array intently. Shortly, Luan Baifeng frowned deeply. She vaguely found that this bewildering array seemed to be dissimilar to the one she had previously cracked, but she could not tell the difference. With her extraordinary attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, Luan Baifeng could tell that the bewildering array this time was truly different from that of earlier. The bewildering array earlier only had the might of an independent spirit array, but the bewildering array at this moment. In the mists, two small figures appeared side by side. Pu Baixiong patted little mushrooms and announced, "It's time." N. After a quiet but firm response, little mushroom shook her body lightly and countless tiny spores undetectable by divine sense spread out, quickly integrating into the grand array. The bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers had an array core, and it was a living array core, which was Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom was the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, born with innate hallucinatory powers. Therefore, after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was completed, when Grandmaster Wu Liang introduced its various functions, Yang Kai decided to place Little Mushroom in the bewildering array as its core. When the 100 Sect Alliance launched their first attack, Yang Kai only activated the bewildering array in passive mode and did not unleash its active effects. One of the reasons was to keep its full potential a secret, while the other was to lure the enemy into a trap. Since the enemy was attempting to escape now, it was naturally needless to hide this card anymore. A bewildering array without an array core was just a bewildering array, but once the core was activated, it evolved into an illusion array. There was a great difference between the two, with the latter being an order of magnitude more powerful. As such, Luan Baifeng could not be blamed for not being able to see through it in short order. The countless tiny spores suffused into the grand array, which drastically increased its effectiveness. Many flight-type artifacts were lost in the illusion array, and many cultivators inhaled the spores into their lungs, unaware. Soon, they began to experience hallucinations. Yang Kai was also affected by Little Mushroom in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he managed to overcome it by relying on his Golden Crow's true fire and soul-warming lotus. If not for these two factors, he would have suffered a fatal disaster. Although there were still many cultivators left in the 100 Sect Alliance, how many people could resist the hallucinogenic power of the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom? Aboard a certain ship, one cultivator's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He raised his hand to summon his sword artifact before swinging it down. Blood spurted, and the person who was slashed by the sword stared at his senior brother in disbelief, not understanding what had just happened. On a different ship, a woman fell into a pool of blood and sobbed desperately. "Senior brother, didn't you say you loved me?" "Why?" Before she could finish, another sword light flashed, and her head flew up into the sky. Chaos erupted aboard every flight-type artifact almost immediately. The weaker cultivators soon lost their senses and started summoning their artifacts to kill the allies they could no longer recognize. Only the Open Heaven Realm Masters could put up some resistance. They surged their world force to protect their bodies as soon as they realized something was wrong. Facing the disciples who charged at them fearlessly, they were instantly caught in a dilemma, for they could not decide whether to kill them or not. From Voidland's side, led by Pang Duo and the others, the 300-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters soared up into the sky again and charged into the Grand Array to start killing. This time, Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua, and the other former captives joined in too. Although they had been imprisoned before, their lives were not in danger, nor were they beaten or tortured. Luan Baifeng had kept them safe, for she needed them to serve as or slaves. Any damage they suffered would be a net loss for her. Furthermore, they consumed spirit pills and rested for a while, so they were almost fully recovered. It was natural for them to feel the need to avenge their previous humiliation. The spectacle of blood and corpses raining endlessly like dumplings dropping into a pot was quite shocking. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng was as white as a sheet as he stared up at the swirling mists with so much rage he almost coughed up blood. It's over. It's completely over. My alliance came to attack Voidland confidently but ended up in such a miserable state. If word of this spreads, what would happen to the reputation of my Heavenly Sword Union? How can there be so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland? How can they all be so powerful? How can there be so many functions to the Grand Array here? Kong Feng was sharp-eyed and managed to stop his ship in time, preventing it from falling completely into the illusion array. But now, there were only 7 or 8 ships left outside of the illusion array. These ships noticed the dire situation too, and gathered around Heavenly Sword Union seeking some sense of security. Luan Baifeng had given up looking for ways to crack the Grand Array. Since so many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed inside and started a massacre, there was no way she could help even if she found some flaws in it. However, she was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. She was confident that if she wanted to leave, the Grand Array of Voidland could not stop her from doing so. However, after coming all the way here, how could she be willing to return home empty-handed? Looking down, Luan Baifeng stated, Union Master Kong, given the situation now, there's only one solution. Infuriated and red-eyed, Kong Feng asked, "What's that?" Luan Baifeng glanced at Yang Kai. In order to destroy an army, take the general's head. Although that boy is only an Emperor Realm Junior, it's clear the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland follow his lead without question. If we capture him as a hostage, we can force the others to surrender and turn this situation around. Kong Feng's mind was blinded by rage. Seeing the 100-sect alliance suffering great losses, and knowing that his Heavenly Sword Union and his reputation would be gravely affected in the future, he had panicked for a moment. However, after listening to Luan Baifeng's suggestion, he instantly came back to his senses. He nodded seriously. What junior sister Luan says is true, but that brat is guarded by 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the illusion array to slaughter the enemy, leaving only Mo Mei and Yu He behind to guard Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was still just an Emperor Realm cultivator who did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle. Luan Baifeng chuckled. Judging from how those 2 women moved just now, they must have just advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm recently, meaning they still cannot display their full strength. This junior sister can restrain one for you. As for the other one, while speaking, Luan Baifeng turned to look at the ships around them and continued with a faint smile, "We still have so many people. Why should we be afraid of her?" Kong Feng's eyes lit up. He could not help grinning. That brat is too arrogant. He's really courting death. There were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, so if he retained some by his side, Kong Feng really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, now that almost all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had rushed into the illusion array, leaving just the 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters back to protect him, this was a great opportunity. Kong Feng swept his eyes across all the Open Heaven Realm Masters still with him and immediately made the deployment. After making the decision, Kong Feng quickly led his remaining people to attack Yang Kai again without delay, not wanting to give time to the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland to return and interfere. His only worry now was the offensive Grand Array of Voidland. The previous sword light had frightened him greatly. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, he could have died to that attack while Heavenly Sword Union's ship would definitely have been destroyed, and his subordinates would have been severely wounded or killed. However, when he thought about it carefully, the energy consumed by such an offensive grand array could not be trivial. Voidland was newly established, and the spirit array must have only been completed recently, so the energy that it had in reserve was probably extremely limited. Since Voidland had operated the grand array so many times already, it probably would not be able to launch another strike again. Even if the energy was sufficient, it may be difficult for Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, to act alone. Kong Feng clearly saw that when the offensive grand array was launched, Yang Kai and Yu He had worked together to activate it. In other words, as long as they could keep Yu He occupied and distract her from cooperating with Yang Kai, Kong Feng did not need to have any worries. Yang Kai alone was not a threat. He could easily crush that brat to death with just a finger. From Voidland, Yang Kai looked up and saw that the 8 ships were rushing to him furiously under Kong Feng's lead. That old dog is at his wit's end. He quickly sent a divine sense transmission to Yu He and Mo Mei. Immediately after, Yu He shook her head rapidly like a pellet drum and objected, "Young master, no, it's too dangerous." Martial Peak, Chapter 4327, The Real Trump Card. Mo Mei nodded too and advised, "Sect Master, all of us Voidland depends on you. If anything were to happen, if Yang Kai died, Voidland would completely collapse. Now that the people who came out of Abundance City finally found a place to call home, how could they take such a risk?" Yang Kai chuckled playfully, "How is it dangerous? Don't forget about our Voidland's real trump card. If my life is in danger, I don't believe she will remain a bystander." The true trump card of Voidland was not its 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters, or even the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but rather the divine spirit hidden in its depths, Zhu Jiao-yin. Yang Kai was unsure how much power this woman could unleash currently, but he was certain that she could definitely match a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging by the standards of the 3,000 worlds, a mature divine spirits possess strength at least on par with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, just like the Golden Crow and Mia Meng. It was just that Zhu Jiao-yin was a divine spirit that was born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Although Yang Kai brought her out of that place, due to the differences in world principles between the 2 worlds, she needed a long period of time to adapt before she could unleash her full strength. It was hard to tell how much she had acclimated by now. As Yang Kai's protector, she took an oath on her source to protect him. Nonetheless, the oath was conditional. Only when Yang Kai's life was in mortal danger would Zhu Jiao-yin take action. If Yang Kai was the one who provoked others or he encountered troubles during his adventures outside, Zhu Jiao-yin would not care about him. Yang Kai was someone who liked to roam free, a fact Zhu Jiao-yin knew well, so she made sure to clearly set out such terms with him. Otherwise, she would have to follow Yang Kai around and guard him at all times. How could she permit such a thing? How could a noble divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider become a mere bodyguard? She really did not want to lose her status because of this hateful man. To be honest, Zhu Jiao-yin could not wait for Yang Kai to die outside and not return anymore. That way, she could immediately get rid of the constraints of the oath. However, they were in Voidland, and it was the 100 Sect Alliance who initiated this battle. Once Yang Kai fell into danger, Zhu Jiao-yin would definitely have to do something, otherwise, she would suffer from the backlash of her oath. A divine spirit source was their root, foundation, and heritage, a link between them and their ancestral bloodline, so there was no room for carelessness. Although Yang Kai did not notice the presence of Zhu Jiao-yin's aura yet, he was sure that this woman had been paying close attention to the battle. With this woman looking after him in the dark, what did Yang Kai need to fear? Although Mo Mei was a recent arrival, she was a full-fledged member of Voidland now and had learnt about Zhu Jiao-yin from Yu He before. She knew that a mature divine spirit was hiding in Voidland, and even though she had never seen her, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was up to after hearing his words. After hesitating for a moment, Yu He nodded, "Then, young master must be careful." Yang Kai replied, "You two should also protect yourselves well." During their conversation, the 8 ships had rushed down under the lead of Heavenly Sword Union. As soon as Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, She stretched out her hand and beckoned to Mo Mei with a grin. Such a beautiful little girl. This elder sister likes women like you. Would you like to have a chat with me? With a slight swing of her hand, a powerful world force descended from above Mo Mei. Mo Mei's face turned solemn. She did not dare to stay near Yang Kai to avoid him being involved in this battle, so with a flicker, she rushed straight at Luan Baifeng. The two women made only light movements, but their world forces collided with each other endlessly as they soon moved their battlefield further away. However, Mo Mei had just advanced to the Sixth Order, so her foundation was not steady yet. After exchanging a few moves with Luan Baifeng, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Luan Baifeng kept an indifferent look, obviously confident in handling her. The gap between their strength was obvious, but although Luan Baifeng was much stronger than Mo Mei and it was not difficult for her to suppress her, it would still be very hard to capture her alive or kill her, unless Mo Mei made a critical mistake. Kong Feng was overjoyed to see that one of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around Yang Kai was easily lured away by Luan Baifeng. He bellowed solemnly, "Act according to the plan." All the surrounding Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. On the ship of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin shouted, "Yu He, for the sake of our many years of friendship, leave now. This Qi will speak for you to Union Master Kong to let you live. Otherwise, don't blame this Qi for not showing due consideration." Ling Chunqiu also advised, "Madam Yu He, one must know how to adapt to their circumstances." It was not surprising that the two had known Yu He for a long time. When they schemed against the proprietress by using Old Bai's breakthrough to the Open Heaven Realm, Yu He was their partner. But at that time, all three of them were still Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After obtaining a world fruit, Yu He had risen to the Sixth Order and now had a brighter future, while Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu were still lingering in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. After a cultivator breaks through to the Open Heaven Realm, each improvement in order requires lengthy accumulation, and the higher the order, the longer the time it took. Not everyone could obtain such a heaven-defying treasure like the world fruit. "You," he snorted coldly, "I may be just a simple woman, but whoever wants to harm my young master must go through me first." Foolish stubbornness. Ling Chunqiu felt pity for her. Kong Feng roared lividly, "Stop wasting time and attack." At that command, more than 10 figures flew out from the 8 ships and charged at Yu He together. They were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Among them were 3 Fifth Orders, while the rest were 3rd and 4th Orders. They had a significant numerical advantage, so Yu He did not dare to take them lightly even though she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, Kong Feng was eyeing Yang Kai from the side, so she still had to look out for his safety. Therefore, Yu He instantly fell into a disadvantage. Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship, observing the battlefield coldly while staring at Yang Kai maliciously. Yang Kai looked flustered. Although he was not in danger under the protection of Yu He, he was also helpless to do anything. Having weaker cultivation in this case truly put him at the disadvantage. Not long after the battle began, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yu He, I'll leave first. Take care of yourself." Yu He nodded as she executed a palm strike. "Young master, you be careful too." Yang Kai nodded. Taking advantage of an opening created by Yu He, space principles surged and he disappeared with a flicker. Kong Feng's eyes lit up as he guffawed, "I've been waiting for this moment." If Yang Kai stuck by Yu He stubbornly, he could only find a chance to launch a sneak attack on Yu He to injure her first before capturing Yang Kai. Given that Yang Kai was escaping by himself now though, it was exactly what Kong Feng wanted. It was not difficult for Kong Feng to understand why Yang Kai made this choice. The brat obviously felt that he was dragging Yu He down, so he decided to retreat. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it was easy for him to flee. However, Kong Feng had firmly locked his divine sense onto Yang Kai, so he instantly noticed his escape. With a wild surge of his divine sense, Kong Feng turned his head to a certain direction, jumped down from his ship, and grabbed at the void. In that direction, A figure appeared faintly, and Yang Kai was suddenly revealed like a ghost. However, before he came to his senses, his body had been wrapped up in a great power, making it feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His bones creaked dangerously, and even his body was bent forcefully in an instant. The power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was simply something he could not resist. Yang Kai remained calm, however. He closed his eyes and mumbled with a sneer, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Jiuyin. If you still don't appear, this junior will die. At that moment, a cold snort reached his ears, one that didn't sound happy in the slightest. It was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's voice, but before Yang Kai had time to celebrate, he heard Zhu Jiuyin's voice. Brat, things are a bit troublesome this time. You'd better watch out for yourself. Huh. Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what she meant. At the same time, Kong Feng's face changed drastically as he shouted, Who? Just as he was about to capture Yang Kai, a shocking aura suddenly emerged from somewhere in Void Land, one that was so powerful it terrified him to his bones. Previously, when Yang Kai triggered the offensive array of 9 heavenly layers, Kong Feng was frightened by the potent sword qi. However, at this moment, the aura that appeared was clearly orders of magnitude more powerful than even that sword qi. Voidland still held a trump card, a horrifying master beyond anything he could have imagined. For a moment, Kong Feng felt incredible regret. If he had known that there was such a master protecting Voidland, he would never have been bold enough to come offend them. Whatever the case, it was too late to regret now. Kong Feng secretly cursed, This little bastard, why did he keep such a master hidden until now? Why didn't he expose them earlier? Was it fun taunting and mocking me this whole time? As he thought about it, it did seem that Yang Kai had been toying with him since he came to this place. Of course, Kong Feng had no idea that if Yang Kai's life was not in danger, Zhu Jiuyin would not make a move even if he called her. While his mind was still spinning with such thoughts, Kong Feng looked up and saw a delicate finger pointing straight at him from somewhere in Void Land. Although from the outside the finger looked gentle and beautiful, in Kong Feng's eyes it was like an entire world was crashing down on him. Such a strike could only be delivered by a high-rank open heaven realm master. Kong Feng clenched his teeth, and he tried his best to surge his own power, going all out to protect himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Even though he knew he was no match for this opponent, as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, how could he just stand there waiting to die? As he flew back, Kong Feng channeled whatever strength he could to his fist and punched forward. But everything was in vain before this finger. Kong Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling uncontrollably as a number of his bones broke. The small universe in his body was sent into turmoil, disrupting his world force. Kong Feng was absolutely dumbstruck. This kind of might was beyond what an ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm master could exert with such a casual blow. The person who attacked him either was an 8th-order open heaven realm master, or was not far from reaching that height. Furthermore, Kong Feng vaguely felt something was off about the opponent's aura. However, it was meaningless to think about this now. He was severely hit by this opponent who he stood no chance of opposing at all. Will I be buried in this place today? Kong Feng sighed in his heart. He did not expect that after rising to become a hegemon in the 3,000 worlds, reigning over a peak second-class force for so many years, he would actually end up dying in such a place. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-28, 2 High Ranks. Kong Feng was not weak, after all, he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. However, given that the master hidden in Voidland could severely injure him with just one blow, even though part of the reason was because Kong Feng was caught off guard, it was still enough to show the strength of his attacker. The slender and fair finger that hit Kong Feng from across the sky pierced his defenses like they were paper. Blood spewed out of his mouth, but the power of the attack persisted without weakening. Kong Feng's body kept flying backwards, but that finger chased after him persistently, as if it was determined to kill him at all cost. Seeing this situation, Goosebumps rose all over his body and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He continuously threw his fists out, trying to neutralize the power of the approaching finger. However, everything was in vain. Seeing that the finger continued to press towards him, Kong Feng was dreadfully depressed and infuriated. If he had known that there was such a master in Voidland and was prepared for it, he might not have ended up in such a dire situation. Even if he was no match for such a master, he would not be in immediate danger of losing his life. The opponent did not reveal her aura before, but once she did, she launched a deadly attack without any hesitation. Kong Feng was far weaker than her, so he immediately ended up in such an embarrassing situation. The aura of death enveloped him, and although Kong Feng was unwilling, he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Just then, a sudden change happened. A cold snort suddenly came from the sky, followed by a startling sword light that flashed through the illusion array enveloping the periphery of Voidland, shattering it in one blow. The sword light directly greeted the slender finger and stopped it before Kong Feng succumbed. With a loud bang, the sword light was annihilated while the slender finger collapsed. The world trembled from the impact. Immediately after the sword light, two figures plummeted from the sky. One of them let out a strange cackle and rapidly rushed in a certain direction upon entering Voidland. He stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed towards the direction, with wind stirring and cloud-rending world force gathered in the palm of his hand. It was in the direction of Zhu Jiuyin's palace. However, the man retreated as quickly as he advanced when another earth-shaking sound exploded and a fair palm approached him from the direction he was heading. A halo of light exploded as the man returned to the side of his companion. The second person was holding a long sword. It was obvious that he was the one who broke the illusion array with the sword wave earlier. Kong Feng was pleasantly surprised to narrowly escape death. Although he had no idea who saved him from the power of the finger just now, this person was definitely a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Looking up, he saw two figures standing side by side with heavy world force auras permeating from their respective bodies. They were two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, both of them were shrouded in a layer of haze, so he could only roughly see their silhouette, not their true faces. He could not even distinguish whether they were men or women. With a single thought, Kong Feng vaguely guessed their background, but he had no idea where they came from exactly. Still, he quickly cupped his fist and saluted, "Many thanks to two seniors for saving my life." The two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not say a word, but remained standing there quietly, facing one direction with a dignified air about them. In that direction, a slim figure approached meanderingly. Her beauty was enthralling, her long skirt fluttering behind with the movements of her graceful figure. Who else other than Zhu Jiuyin could it be? From Zhu Jiuyin's attack on Kong Feng to the flash of the startling sword wave, Kong Feng's narrow escape from death, and the appearance of the two ghostly high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, everything happened in less than 3 breaths of time. It was so fast that Yang Kai could not even react to it. He thought that with the help of Zhu Jiuyin, Kong Feng would certainly die today. As long as Kong Feng died, the so-called 100 Sect Alliance would easily be scattered and destroyed. By then, he could entrap them within the illusion array outside Voidland and wipe them all out. But how could he have anticipated such a turn of events at this critical moment? Yang Kai was frozen for a moment before a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he stared at the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. He grinned as he shouted, "Good, very good." Although he did not know the background of these two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was sure that they were definitely from some cave heaven or paradise that did not want him to succeed. He believed the great forces behind these two were the same great forces that goaded Kong Feng into assembling the 100 great forces to invade Voidland. Now, it seemed that these two had been following behind Kong Feng all this time. They did not show up earlier because there was no need to. Moreover, with such a huge lineup like the 100 Sect Alliance as high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the cave heavens and paradises, them appearing could only be considered shameless bullying of the weak. That was why they just followed and observed the situation. However, the heritage of Voidland was truly surprising. The large number of people brought back by Yang Kai from Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the biggest surprise. Due to the sudden increase of more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, its strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. No one would have anticipated Voidland gathering so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in such a short time, including a large number in the 5th and 6th orders. However, the two observers remained on the sidelines even when the 100 Sect Alliance fell into a disadvantage in the battle and suffered heavy losses. After all, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. But they stopped hiding when Zhu Jiuyin's attack put Kong Feng's life in danger. Although Kong Feng was the one who gathered the 100 great forces and took the opportunity to seek trouble with Voidland, anyone who had a little knowledge and insight could see that the cave heavens and paradises were behind this move. If they still failed in such a public plan, they would lose a great deal of face. As such, Kong Feng could not die. Whether they liked it or not, they had to save him. At this moment, they concealed their true faces with secret techniques because they did not want to reveal their identities. Although it was obvious that they were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still could not leave any evidence. Therefore, such a cover-up was somehow meant to protect the prestige of the great forces behind them. Only now did Yang Kai finally understand Zhu Jiuyin's statement that the situation was going to be troublesome. Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way these two could remain unnoticed by her. Yang Kai clenched his fist and glared at them, his blood boiling with anger, his heart feeling like a volcano about to erupt. He had been cultivating on his own and did not bother anyone, but these people insisted on oppressing him again and again. Back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many from the younger generations made things difficult for him. That was still fine, as they were all in the same realm and generation. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for being incompetent. After it became clear that the younger generations could not stop him though, the old monsters came out to interfere. It seemed that they were determined to remove him from this world. Anyone who faced such oppression would definitely be upset. Fortunately, he had Zhu Jiuyin here with him. Otherwise, how could he stand against these two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Should he just do nothing and accept death? Yang Kai examined the bodies of the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he took note of their auras in detail. He could not be sure where the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters came from, but as long as he was still alive, sooner or later they would meet again. Divine Spirit! The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master with the sword suddenly spoke. His distorted voice sounded a bit like an old man's, but it was obvious that his original voice was disguised by a secret technique. May I know which Divine Spirit Madam is? He could only detect the Divine Spirit aura from Zhu Jiuyin, but he could not determine what her true form was, unless Zhu Jiuyin revealed it herself. What will you do if I tell you? Zhu Jiuyin asked faintly. The sword wielder replied, We have no intention of disturbing Madam. So, we would be grateful if you could step aside. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled softly and replied, I should be the one saying this. In fact, this queen doesn't want to bother you either, so you'd best go back where you came from. The sword wielder shook his head slowly. We have a duty to perform here, so we can't leave. Forgive us, madam. Zhu Jiuyin raised her eyebrows. What duty is that? Madam, why do you ask when you already know? Zhu Jiuyin turned her head to look in Yang Kai's direction before chortling while covering her mouth. You two are high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Why do you have to waste time on causing all kinds of trouble to a snot-nosed brat? Yang Kai snorted coldly, Cowards! You're bold enough to appear here, but lack the courage to show your true faces? Is it because you're too ugly? The sword wielder remained silent, as if he did not hear Yang Kai, but his companion immediately turned to him and released a powerful burst of world force towards him. Yang Kai could not respond to it at all and his mind went black. When he regained his senses, a faint scent lingered at the tip of his nose as he saw Zhu Jiuyin standing in front of him. Yang Kai took a sniff and found that the woman truly smelled pleasant. Zhu Jiuyin glared at the man with a darkened face. Who gave you the courage to touch him in front of this queen? Yang Kai peeped his head out from Zhu Jiuyin's shoulder and rebuked, "Old cowards who only know how to bully the young and the weak. Show your faces if you dare to. When I advance to the open heaven realm, I swear I will kill Yo." Hey, I'm not finished yet. Zhu Jiuyin harshly shoved Yang Kai's head back with her hand. His spit sprayed all over her neck when he shouted just now, which felt disgusting. On the other side, a sudden distortion appeared on the man, and the secret technique that covered his appearance and figure dispersed. He actually showed his true face and grinned, "I'll be waiting for you then." Yang Kai peeped and cried, "Myriad demons heaven." This man had demon chi wafting from his body, which was an obvious characteristic. If Yang Kai could not recognize his origin after seeing this, he would be blind. Yang Kai found that he indeed had some fated rivalry with Myriad Demons Heaven. Back then, it was great demon god Mo Sheng who started a disaster in the star boundary. That guy definitely originated from Myriad Demons Heaven. Next, he had an unpleasant experience with Pei Wenxian in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now, one of the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who came to Voidland was actually from Myriad Demons Heaven. It was truly annoying. This person was from Myriad Demons Heaven, but Yang Kai did not know the origin of the other one. Although he had a guess, he could not be sure about it. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and quietly memorized the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's appearance. He secretly swore that he would tear this bastard to pieces sooner or later. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-29, Final Array. The sword wielder suddenly spoke. "Madam, as a divine spirit, you should be free. Why get yourself involved in this dispute? It's better for you to retreat and be on good terms with us." Zhu Jiuyin answered faintly, "I have a duty to be here. I can't retreat." The sword wielder was obviously stunned, then he snorted coldly, "Madam, do you insist on being our enemy?" Zhu Jiuyin repeated her answer again, which irritated the man because he thought she was messing with him. Although divine spirits were powerful, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even had a companion of equal strength. There was no need for him to be afraid. But he did not know that Zhu Jiuyin truly had a duty too. Since she was Yang Kai's protector, she had to keep him safe while he was in Voidland. "It's you two who are making things difficult for this queen. What can this queen do?" Zhu Jiuyin glanced at them coldly. Triggered by his own hot temper, the Myriad Demons Heaven high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master sneered, "This monarch has never killed a divine spirit before. It seems like today will be a new experience." The towering demon chi around him expanded and powerful world force permeated the air, causing the entire Voidland to tremble. He immediately charged at Zhu Jiuyin. If they could not come to an agreement, they could only fight. The sword wielder sighed lightly, then followed after the high-rank Myriad Demons Heaven Open Heaven Realm Master with a flicker, attacking Zhu Jiuyin from opposite sides. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly sent Yang Kai a transmission, "Be careful, brat. These two are not easy to handle. I'm afraid I can't look after you and fight them at the same time." As soon as Yang Kai heard her words, he knew that Zhu Jiuyin had to go all out. Facing two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, even a divine spirit could not act carelessly. Instantly, the three clashed. Their battle caused a shocking effect on the surrounding world. Light dimmed, and Voidland trembled endlessly as it began to crack and fracture. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Earlier, the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng, two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, was already quite fierce, but it was simply incomparable to the current battle. The entire Voidland was now divided into 4 battlefields. The first battlefield was naturally the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The second battlefield was the one between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. The third battlefield was between Yu He and the many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 100 Sect Alliance. The fourth battlefield was the battle in the Illusion Array. Among the 4 battlefields, The most peaceful one was undoubtedly the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. Although both of them were Sixth Order masters, one had been immersed in this order for many years while the other had just broken through recently, resulting in a huge difference in their strength. Luan Baifeng had the upper hand, but she wanted to capture Mo Mei alive, so she was holding back quite a bit, allowing Mo Mei to cope with the situation for now. As such, their fight was still considered somewhat tepid. As for the illusion array, it was a one-sided massacre. The 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland ripped into the 100 Sect Alliance, who were all confused and disoriented by the illusions caused by the Grand Array. How could the latter resist? However, at the moment, a rift had been torn in the illusion array by the sword wave of the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master. As soon as this rift appeared, the illusion array's power dropped significantly, giving a glimmer of hope to the oppressed members of the 100 Sect Alliance. They were no longer in complete disarray and could even fight back from time to time. Yang Kai controlled the array jade of the Voidland Grand Array, so he was well aware of the situation in Voidland. With just a single thought, he had a grasp of the overall situation in his mind. Understanding this, he couldn't help shouting at Zhu Jiaoyin, "Can't you move your fight somewhere else? Why must you do this in my Voidland?" Zhu Jiaoyin and the two high-rank masters weren't fighting on the ground per se, but the fallout from their battle could not be underestimated. After all, Voidland was only a spirit province, and if they caused too much damage to it, it might collapse. Voidland was Yang Kai's base in the 3,000 worlds. How could he not worry about it? However, Zhu Jiaoyin did not respond to his words at all. Yang Kai was unsure whether she had even heard him. She did not shift the battlefield away and instead continued to shuttle around Voidland while fighting the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, which resulted in endless rumbling sounds. "Brat, instead of worrying about your territory, you should pay more attention to your life." A surly voice suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai was startled. Only now did he remember that Kong Feng was still eyeing him. Now that all the forces of Voidland and the 100 Sect Alliance were occupied, leaving only the leaders of the both alone, how could Kong Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Although he was caught off guard and was seriously injured by Zhu Jiaoyin's attack, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with a severe wound, it was not hard for him to kill a mere Emperor Realm Jr. Nonetheless, the purpose of his trip was not to kill Yang Kai. Even though Kong Feng wanted to kill him so badly, he could capture him alive for now. As long as he could take Yang Kai down, he would claim victory in this battle. Since Yang Kai had no one left to protect him, he was just like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be tortured by him. Yang Kai turned to the side and saw Kong Feng spewing a mouthful of blood from nearby, looking at him with a face as white as a sheet. When their eyes met, Yang Kai instantly realized that Kong Feng's focus was firmly locked on him, and the surrounding space was locked by a suppressive force. It was obvious that Kong Feng was wary of him using space principles to escape. Not only that, Kong Feng was also approaching Yang Kai step by step, slowly pressuring him with his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Letting out a soft breath, Yang Kai spoke faintly, "Kong Feng, if I were you, I would retreat to save my life. Being stubborn will only lead to tragedy." Kong Feng was taken aback and quickly stopped his feet, spreading out his divine sense to examine the surroundings. He was truly frightened by Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Voidland had brought him too many surprises today. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array and its seemingly limitless functions, the female divine spirit hidden in the depths of Voidland. Who would have thought that a trivial Voidland would possess so much power? So, when Yang Kai said this, Kong Feng did not dare to take him lightly, for fear that he would reveal another surprise. However, after some observations, Kong Feng did not sense any kind of threat. On second thought, since such a powerful female divine spirit was already revealed, what other hidden trump card could there be in Voidland? It would be too ridiculous if it still held one. Although the strength shown by Voidland was not as great as that of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, it was enough to compete against Heavenly Sword Union. Boy, you dare bluff me? He bellowed. You can try me. Yang Kai replied with an indifferent look. Kong Feng was in a dilemma. Yang Kai's calmness unnerved him, and he vaguely felt that if he really attacked, there might be an unpleasant surprise waiting for him. But given that it was just an Emperor Realm Junior standing in front of him, how could a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master not have the courage to even attack him? If he retreated from this, Kong Feng was afraid that he would never be able to raise his head again from the disgrace. Furthermore, the 100 Sect Alliance had suffered heavy casualties under his lead here. If he could not bring back a victory, it would be hard for him to explain to the outside world. With a determined mind, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and thundered, "How dare a little bastard like you still play mind games with this king before dying?" He felt that Yang Kai was bluffing him, so he no longer hesitated. As soon as his power surged, he stretched out his hand straight towards Yang Kai's head. "Since you court death, don't blame others for your demise." Yang Kai grit his teeth as he roared. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. With a flourish, his power surged and his hair began fluttering wildly despite there not being any wind. "Start the array." A buzz came out of Voidland as Yang Kai shouted, which shook Kong Feng's heart. He had lost count of how many times he heard these 3 words today, and every time he suffered a grievous loss. As soon as Yang Kai shouted the word array, Kong Feng realized that there was something wrong. Voidland was still holding another trump card. Not daring to be negligent, Kong Feng immediately accelerated, swiftly pouncing at Yang Kai, who was not far from him now. At the same time, all the remaining power in the 9 heavenly layers grand array of Voidland poured into the Azure Dragon Spear, which absorbed it seemingly without end. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was established not long ago, so the amount of starlight strength it had absorbed was still not much. It had almost depleted all of its stored power after launching various layers of the grand array, and he had warned Yang Kai of this earlier. Right now, the remaining energy in the grand array could only be used one last time. This time, Yang Kai activated the last layer of the offensive grand array of the 9 heavenly layers. The offensive grand array had 3 layers. The first one was filled with tens of thousands of ordinary artifacts, which had pelted the 100 Sect Alliance once it was launched. The array core of the second layer was the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. The power of one slash from the sword almost split Kong Feng's ship in 2. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely have suffered heavy casualties, and Kong Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. The array core of the third and last layer was Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. This spear was a gift from giant spirit god Ada. Compared to the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella, it was certainly more powerful. However, Yang Kai had never unleashed the true might of the Azure Dragon Spear before, because his own strength was too low to control the horrifying power hidden within. But with the help of the Grand Array, the situation was totally different. Earlier, when they activated the Heavenly Executioner's Sword, Yang Kai was too weak to do so without Yuhi's help. However, the Azure Dragon Spear was different. Yang Kai had completely refined this spear, so it was linked to his body and soul, unlike the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Nonetheless, the stress that was caused on him by using this move was unimaginable. If he failed to bear the pressure, Yang Kai would definitely kill himself before he could kill his enemy. Yang Kai did not have a choice at the moment though. Kong Feng attempted to attack him, and Yang Kai would not stand a chance without the last layer of the 9 heavenly layers grand array boosting his strength. The world trembled as the energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array poured madly into the Azure Dragon Spear. The long spear vibrated so strongly that Yang Kai could hardly hold on to it. The violent energy not only stimulated the sleeping power of the Azure Dragon Spear, it also caused miserable pain to erupt all over Yang Kai's body, causing his bones to crack and blood to leak from his pores. As a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, it was impossible not to pay a price to channel the full force of such a powerful grand array. Yang Kai remained silent, however, clutching his long spear and focusing all his attention on Kong Feng, who was approaching him unblinkingly. Suddenly, a sonorous dragon roar resounded across the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 4330, Capturing Kong Feng Alive. As if a hibernated great dragon had awakened, a monstrous dragon pressure swept across the entire void land. Even the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were fighting with Zhu Jiao-yin could not help turning their attention to it. A dragon artifact. The sword wielder gasped. The Dragon Clan was an exceptionally special and powerful race in the 3,000 worlds, and it was also incredibly united. Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan was considered to be one of the 36 cave heavens. However, no one knew where Dragon Altar was, except the members of the Dragon Clan who bore dragon veins. Other than that, anyone with a strong enough bloodline of the Dragon Clan would be able to sense Dragon Altar and find its location. Since ancient times, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were not always constant. The rulers were replaced with the passage of time, and there were cave heavens and paradises that were destroyed and replaced by others. However, the status and existence of Dragon Altar had never been shaken, and would never be unless the Dragon Clan was exterminated. In addition to Dragon Altar, there exited Phoenix Nest. But it was undeniable that anything involved with the Dragon Clan was not a trivial matter. No one expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. could acquire a dragon artifact, and by the looks of its might, this dragon artifact was made from the remains of a great dragon. Who in the world dared to be so presumptuous to use a dragon artifact? If the Dragon Clan found out, they would certainly take action. Even the sword wielder was shocked, while Kong Feng was terrified. In his vision, Yang Kai was still standing there with a spear in hand, but when he looked up, he seemed to see a great dragon floating behind Yang Kai, covering the whole world with its figure, its dragon eyes staring down at him like he was an ant. He felt a deadly sense of crisis. Following a roar, world force swirled around Kong Feng madly as he drew out the power of his small universe wildly and slammed it on Yang Kai. He did not dare to have any reservations in this attack, using all the strength he could muster at the moment. At this point, he probably had no way to capture Yang Kai alive even if he wanted to. Given that Kong Feng was already badly wounded, if he did not give his best, he was afraid that he might really die. If he accidentally killed Yang Kai because of that, that was just his fate. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust out with his spear. The attack was not fanciful, but it was fueled by all the remaining energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. A loud series of cracks and pops came out from Yang Kai's body, along with a large amount of blood. His strength was too low to manage such massive power. Before he could do anything to Kong Feng, the rampaging power had already begun to feel unbearable. After the thrust, Yang Kai nearly collapsed, his vision turning black as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Forcing himself to remain standing and awake, Yang Kai stared at Kong Feng without blinking an eye. Seeing the situation, Kong Feng was flustered and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. The Azure Dragon Spear was thrown out, turning into a 1,000-meter-long great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it roared up into the sky before charging down at Kong Feng. In front of the 1,000-meter-long great dragon, Kong Feng felt as insignificant as a speck of dust and was soon swallowed up by it. This was the power of the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai felt enlightened. Although he refined the Azure Dragon Spear and used it many times to kill strong foes, it was impossible for him to unleash its true power due to his own lack of strength. He had also wondered what it would be like if all the power of this long spear was unleashed. He finally saw it today. However, this should not be the limit of the Azure Dragon Spear. Although it was supplemented by a grand array to unleash its power to an unprecedented extent, Yang Kai still felt that the power of the Azure Dragon Spear was not fully released. It seemed that he would have to wait until he was stronger before he could achieve his wish. With a single thought, the 1,000-meter-long great dragon suddenly vanished. The Azure Dragon Spear reappeared, falling from the sky and was sunk obliquely into the ground. In midair, Kong Feng stood on the spot, utterly terrified. He was drenched in blood, with not a single part of his body intact and his breathing dreadfully weak. He had been severely injured by Zhu Jiao-yin earlier, and after being hit by the Azure Dragon Spear, his condition became even worse. However, he was not dead yet. Yang Kai ground his teeth, unable to believe that this old dog would be so tenacious. But then again, with the help of the Grand Array, he was the first Emperor Realm Jr. in history to injure a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to such an extent. If he wanted to kill Kong Feng, he probably still needed more strength to do so. Although Yang Kai had expected this outcome, he was still a little disappointed by it. Kong Feng was appalled, but at the same time he was delighted to escape from death. At the moment, although 80% of his strength was depleted, he still had some remaining. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's wobbly stance and critical condition and immediately clenched his teeth to shout, "Let's see if you can survive now." With a flicker, he pounced at Yang Kai again. Yang Kai wanted to escape by surging his space principle, but his strength was completely exhausted from the blow just now, so how could he still be able to escape? Seeing Kong Feng was approaching, he could not do anything to resist him at all. However, Yang Kai just cackled and shouted, "Come! Don't be a coward and run." A sudden realization dawned on Kong Feng, and he seemed to remember something. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters rushing down at him from the sky, the leader of the group bellowing, "Stop right there, old dog." The person who shouted was Pang Duo. A moment ago, 300+ Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the Illusion Array to start a massacre. The 100-sect alliance had no way to stand against them, resulting in countless casualties. However, a rift was opened in the Illusion Array by the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master, so its power was greatly reduced. The 100-sect alliance naturally saw this opening and scrambled towards it. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters fought hard and found a chance to escape, but instead of Voidland's forces giving chase, they prioritized cleaning up the stragglers while letting the others run away. When these Voidland Masters turned around, they witnessed the scene where Yang Kai injured Kong Feng by summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. Given that Yang Kai was in danger at that moment, Pang Duo and the others certainly had to rush over to rescue him. Kong Feng felt his heart sink. He was in terrible condition. Not to mention 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters, even just one random 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could take his life at the moment. As soon as he saw Pang Duo and the others, Kong Feng dared not to continue to entangle with Yang Kai. Following a flicker, he immediately soared into the sky. How could Pang Duo and the others let Kong Feng escape? This man was the culprit behind all the problems caused today. If it were not for him, how would Voidland be in trouble today? Pang Duo swung his hand and commanded the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters to split into more than 10 teams, blocking Kong Feng from running away. Seeing this situation, a hint of despair appeared in Kong Feng's eyes. He did not have the ability to escape like Yang Kai as he was not proficient in the Tao of Space. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was now seriously wounded and his strength has plummeted. How could he escape in the face of the seamless formation of others? It was a messy battle, but after a short while, Kong Feng was terribly beaten. His hair was disheveled, and blood spewed out of his mouth where several attacks hit his body directly, causing him to fall to the ground embarrassingly. Pang Duo did not kill him directly, but instead used a secret technique to seal Kong Feng's cultivation. After capturing the enemy leader alive, he took him to Yang Kai and saluted with his fist cupped. "My apologies for making Sect Master frightened." Yang Kai nodded faintly, "Don't worry." As soon as he spoke, a mouthful of blood was spurted out of his mouth wildly, which startled Pang Duo. Yang Kai waved his hand back and forth shakily, "It doesn't matter, I will recover with some rest." Although he was in a miserable condition now, he possessed powerful vitality and a frightening ability to recover. He even managed to survive when he was on the verge of death in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then. Therefore, he could certainly recover from the situation now after some rest. Looking up at the two battlefields in the sky, Yang Kai saw Wan Baifeng make a feint which forced Mo Mei back before she turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped. The woman definitely saw Kong Feng's tragic end and understood that she could not win this alone. If she did not leave now, she might end up just like Kong Feng, so she decisively escaped. Mo Mei did not chase after her. After an earth-shaking battle with her, Mo Mei knew that she was much weaker and would not be able to keep Wan Baifeng from running away. As such, she did not bother to do so. Mo Mei turned around and rushed towards Yu He. Yu He was fighting against more than 10 Open Heaven Realm Masters alone, among which were 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 1 from Heavenly Sword Union, while the other 2 were Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu. The battle had been evenly matched, with Yu He at a slight disadvantage. After all, she was outnumbered, so even if she had the upper hand in strength, she could not do anything to them. However, the tide changed dramatically when Mo Mei arrived. With the two of them working together, the dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters were quickly reduced to tears. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu noticed the distressing situation and bellowed as they looked at each other, "Run!" But how could they leave at will now? Yang Kai pointed his hand forward and ordered coldly, "Kill them all. Spare no one." Pang Duo and the others rushed up into the sky again after receiving the command, leaving only Lu Shui, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yangxi behind to guard Yang Kai. There were more than 300 Void Land people in the sky now, surrounding Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the rest. If the 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sufficient to secure a victory for Void Land, what more need be said after dispatching so many reinforcements at once? Soon, only Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu remained alive among the more than 10 masters. Seeing that enemies were surrounding from all directions, Qi Jin decisively stopped and shouted, "I surrender, I surrender. From now on, Golden Rainbow Province will only follow Void Land. Sect Master Yang, please spare my life." Ling Chunqiu also looked at Yu He pleadingly, "Madam Yu He, for the sake of our past friendship, please spare this old master." Yu He looked in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai put on a cold face. "How arrogant and domineering were you when you attacked our sect earlier? Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. Your death will not be the end. This king will trample on the residents of your 2 families, and wipe your sects from the 3,000 worlds. No one will be spared. Kill them." When the words fell, hundreds of attacks from all directions flew towards the two, and shrouded them in an instant. Qi Jin roared depressingly, "Yang Kai, you will die Ms-era." His voice stopped abruptly. When the dust settled, Qi Jin and Ling Chun could no longer be seen. Both of them were vaporized, leaving behind only the world forces from the shattered small universes. 3 of the 4 battlefields in Void Land have been settled in short order, and the 100 Sect Alliance had almost been completely annihilated. Void Land had made a clean sweep. But the last and most important battlefield was still raging. The entire 7 spirit lands of Void Land were turned upside down. Even the shopping district of Void Land that was isolated from 7 Wonders Land was turned into ruins. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-31, Another Divine Spirit. Void Land was in a mess. Numerous spirit peaks had been razed to the ground, and the 7 orchards had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai was heartbroken. Void Land was his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and he spent a massive fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array here. It would be a huge loss if it was damaged due to such a battle. However, according to the current situation, even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was fierce, it was still insufficient to destroy Void Land outright. And what made Yang Kai slightly relieved was that Zhu Jiuyin also knew that there were many disciples living in Void Land, so the battlefield was not spread to areas with a higher population. What Yang Kai could not figure out was why this woman decided to fight inside Void Land. He had asked her to lead the enemy out into the void, but Zhu Jiuyin turned a deaf ear. No one knew what she had planned. Yang Kai's eyes were not quick enough, so although he knew three figures were constantly flashing back and forth, fighting against each other, and he could sense the turbulent world forces and the shaking around him, he could not see who had the upper hand, so he could only ask Yu-He humbly, which one of them is stronger now? Yu-He replied, Zhu Jiao-yin won't be able to persist for long alone. Yang Kai frowned. He had a rough estimate of Zhu Jiao-yin's strength, and it was indeed difficult for her to hold out against two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone. However, she did well for holding on for so long. In other words, Zhu Jiao-yin now possessed the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Otherwise, the situation would not be like this. Is this Zhu Jiao-yin's full potential? Yang Kai was not sure. After all, although Zhu Jiao-yin had been with him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, no one knew whether she had fully adapted to the principles in the 3,000 worlds, and no one knew whether she could even restore herself to her peak. If this was all of Zhu Jiao-yin's strength, Zhu Jiao-yin was a divine spirit equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If not, her peak strength must be on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "Assist her!" Yu-He and Mo may receive the orders and rush toward Zhu Jiao-yin. In a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were the only two in the entire Voidland who could intervene. Although Pang Duo and the others had cultivations in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, they were not strong enough to participate in such a battle. Sending them would be the same as throwing them into the tiger's den, so it was better for them to stay out of it. Therefore, Pang Duo and the others did not move at all but stayed by Yang Kai's side to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy. But Yu-He and Mo Mei were both newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was hard to say how much help they could provide. "Don't come here!" Zhu Jiao-yin suddenly yelled, apparently aware of Yu-He and Mo Mei's movements. Yu-He and Mo Mei immediately stopped. Since Zhu Jiao-yin stopped them from approaching, it meant that the two of them would be more trouble than help. All of a sudden, everyone became tense. Although Voidland had won 3 out of the 4 major battles, and the 100 Sect Alliance was almost completely wiped out, with even Kong Feng, the main culprit, captured alive, the battle between Zhu Jiao-yin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven realms was the one that would decide the fate of this conflict. If Zhu Jiao-yin won, Voidland would be safe and sound. On the other hand, if she lost, all other victories would be in vain, no matter how many there had been. The power of the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was simply not something that Voidland could compete against right now. The survival of Voidland now depended on Zhu Jiao-yin alone. Yang Kai clenched his fists and teeth, his eyes glued unblinkingly on every movement on the battlefield. As time passed, even he could tell that Zhu Jiao-yin was at a disadvantage. The 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extraordinary strength and both of them worked together seamlessly. Zhu Jiao-yin let her guard slip for a moment and barely blocked a few attacks, allowing the master from Myriad Demons Heaven to thrust his spear towards her chest. Zhu Jiao-yin's beautiful face paled and she pulled away, but the long spear chased after her like maggots on rotting bones. When Zhu Jiao-yin was about to be stabbed, there was a loud bang and an enormous creature suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic, silver-white spider. A crescent-shaped mark was branded on its back, permeating the void with the power of a divine spirit. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Zhu Jiao-yin was forced to reveal her true form. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If she was not left with no other choice, Zhu Jiao-yin would not have revealed her true form. Now that she had, it was obvious she was forced to a fatal corner. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had an odd appearance, both menacing and enchanting all at once. Swinging her 8 legs, Zhu Jiao-yin weaved a spirit web across Voidland to trap the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The sword wielder launched at this web while scoffing. It turns out that Madam is of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider lineage. I haven't seen one for many years. Since Madam is a divine spirit, why should you restrict yourself to this small place? It's better to retreat quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering. The sword slashed down, cutting through strands of spider web. Zhu Jiao-yin gritted her teeth and did not answer, continuing to spin more spirit webs, sealing the skies and locking the earth. Every step she took on the ground shook the world. The sword wielder frowned, wondering what the hell Zhu Jiuyin was doing. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven shouted in a low voice, "Let's not drag this longer. Finish it." The sword wielder gave a small nod, his sword intent soaring. The combined attacks of the two were more than twice as fierce as before, and Zhu Jiuyin's situation became more and more precarious. If she faced either of these two separately, she would not be at such a disadvantage, but she had too many constraints inside Voidland, and had not restored herself to her peak. Worst of all, she could not escape because she had to protect Yang Kai, hence her current situation. However, although she did pull back and tried her best to resist, she did not stop stomping the earth, causing a drum-like reverberation into the depths of the ground. It was already surprising enough for a trivial voidland to have a heavenly moon demon spider living here. Who would have thought there would be a second divine spirit? However, the true form of this divine spirit was not revealed at this moment, and there was no way to know which race he belonged to. The conspicuous turtle shell on his back piqued many assumptions though. If it was only Zhu Jiuyin, the combined forces of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters would give them the upper hand. However, with an additional divine spirit appearing, they had no chance of victory. This divine spirit was so well hidden before that they had no way of realizing he was even here, and it did not appear right until the critical moment to disrupt the situation. While it wasn't clear whose side this old man was on, it was certain he wasn't an ally to them. Thinking of this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned. The sword wielder took a step forward and crossed an arm across his chest, his long sword held in the other hand behind him. "How should I address old sir?" The old man did not answer. His head was lowered because of his hunched back, and his two long white eyebrows dangled from his face, obscuring everyone from his expression. The sword wielder waited for a while, but there was no response. He was naturally a little upset and was about to open his mouth to ask another question, but he suddenly heard a snore. This old fart actually fell asleep. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-32, Shared Heritage. The rhythmic snores showed how sweetly the old man was sleeping. Just what is happening right now? It was in the midst of the battle, and Voidland was in a total mess. Two high-rank open heaven realm masters were still watching covetously from the side, but the old man with a turtle shell who appeared all of a sudden actually fell into a slumber in the middle of the fight. Everyone's face couldn't help twitching. The sword wielder snorted coldly, "This old man is truly impressive." He was a high-rank open heaven realm masters after all, a prestigious figure in the 3,000 worlds, but this turtle-shelled old man actually disregarded him entirely and fell asleep right in front of him. Even if he was a divine spirit, he was way too scornful. Followed by a shudder, the turtle-shelled old man woke up again and sighed, "I'm too old. I can't be as energetic as young people like you all, but you little ones are just too much. If you have any grudges, settle them by yourselves. Why do you have to jump around on my head and interfere with my sleep? How rude." As soon as he said this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters' faces turned ugly, but Yang Kai was immediately relieved. Before, he did not understand why Zhu Jiuyin chose to fight in Voidland, which caused a huge mess and collapsed many spirit peaks. During her battle with the two high-rank open heaven realm masters, she even put some effort into shaking the ground. It turned out that Zhu Jiuyin had already noticed the existence of the turtle-shelled old man a long time ago and was taking this opportunity to wake him, which was why she was determined to fight on Voidland. The turtle-shelled old man was a divine spirit, just like Zhu Jiuyin. Although they were from different clans, as a divine spirit herself, it was reasonable that Zhu Jiuyin could detect his presence. However, from Zhu Jiuyin's earlier actions, she did not seem to know where the turtle-shelled old man was hiding. Therefore, she could only constantly shift the battlefield and disturb the entire Voidland. "If you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your Voidland? This place is not simple." Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Zhu Jiuyin had told him some time ago. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days examining both inside and outside of Void Land, but found nothing at that time. Now, it seemed that what Zhu Jiuyin meant was that there was the divine spirit hidden in Void Land. Yang Kai had not figured it out because he was not strong enough. He could not even sense the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lurking nearby, much less this divine spirit. If Zhu Jiuyin did not cause disturbances on purpose, the turtle-shelled old man would probably have continued to hide. Yang Kai could not help feeling frightened. He was totally clueless about such a powerful existence hiding in Void Land. If the other party had ill intentions, Void Land would definitely have suffered heavy losses. But judging from the turtle-shelled old man's attitude, he was neither vicious nor violent, even seeming to be quite easy to speak with. It reminded Yang Kai of the Seven Wonders Land's history. The predecessor of Void Land was Seven Wonders Land. Seven Wonders Land certainly did not realize the existence of the turtle-shelled old man either. Otherwise, they would have asked him for help when they were being exterminated. By the looks of it, the old man had been hiding here for many, many years. Given that he spoke like an old man and even addressed a divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters as little ones, Yang Kai really could not imagine how old he was. Old man, are you acting arrogant just because of your seniority? Do you really think this monarch is afraid of you just because you're a divine spirit? The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had a short temper and flared up. They were so close to their victory just now, but were blocked by the old man at the last moment. After enduring for a while, he could no longer hold it in. Leaping out, he stabbed at the old man with the long spear in his hand. The move of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was indeed magnificent and powerful. Under the surging world force, Yang Kai and the others felt the mountain-like pressure plummeting on them, causing the blood in their chests to constrict. This was only the radiant effect, so one could imagine how much pressure the turtle-shelled old man, who was being targeted directly, was facing. Although it was only a single attack, countless spear shadows seemed to cover the sky, each one containing the killing intent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Appalled, the turtle-shelled old man yelped as he stepped back repeatedly, "Why can't we just talk things out peacefully? Why do we have to fight? Young men should know how to respect the elderly." He stumbled, lost his balance, and fell straight on his butt. Following the momentum, the old man withdrew his arms and legs like a turtle into his solid shell. His small figure easily retracted into the shell, completely concealing himself. Hong hong hong, a star. One after another, spear shadows struck onto the turtle shell, causing the earth to shake and even space itself to tremble. When the spear shadows dispersed, everyone stared in amazement at the scene before them. The turtle shell remained intact on the ground with not even a mark left on it. However, who knew if the old man hiding in the turtle shell was shaken to death? The Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven who landed the attack squinted. Although he launched the attack in a hurry and did not use his full strength, the might of a 7th Order Master was still no joke. Even another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not end well after receiving such a move, but it actually failed to even leave a scratch on this turtle shell. Just how tough is this turtle shell? He wanted to make another move again, but the sword wielder raised his hand and stopped him, glancing at Zhu Jiuyin vigilantly at the same time. He did not expect such an outcome today. Not to mention the 100 Sect Alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union being destroyed, they were being hindered even when he joined hands with the Myriad Demons Heaven Open Heaven Realm Master. Void Land was full of unpleasant surprises. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider alone was already difficult to deal with, and now he had to face this turtle-shelled old man as well. He was quite hesitant. If they forced the old man to join hands with the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, they could only escape. Thinking through numerous possibilities, the sword wielder proceeded, "Old sir, please show yourself so we can talk." The turtle shell laid quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Just when the people wondered if the turtle-shelled old man was shaken to death, a head with a terrified, pale face suddenly peeped out, looking around sneakily and asked nervously, "Are we not fighting anymore?" This old fellow was so chicken-hearted that everyone was left speechless. But the sword wielder did not dare to underestimate him and spoke politely, "Old sir, please come out." After observing the situation for a moment and making sure that no one would hit him again, the turtle-shelled old man stretched his arms and legs out of the turtle shell and sighed as he wiped the dust off his body. Alas, what an unlucky day. Sometimes unlucky things just happen even when you do nothing. Such misfortune. The sword wielder demanded again, "How should I address old sir?" The turtle-shelled old man immediately shook his head like a pellet drum. "I can't tell. I won't tell. If you know my name, you will find trouble with me in the future. This old master won't tell even if he dies." Xianxia was speechless. Since this old man had already revealed himself today, could he run away from troubles if the others really wanted to cause any in the future? The sword wielder did not intend to force him, so after a moment of silence, he continued, "We didn't know that old sir resided here. If we offended old sir in any way, please forgive us." Hearing him, the turtle-shelled old man smiled. "It's all right. One who makes mistakes unknowingly need not be held responsible. It's fine as long as you don't come around to disturb my sleep again." "We dare not." The sword wielder nodded lightly, then he changed to the next topic abruptly. "But we still have a task to complete. Please stand aside, old sir." The turtle-shelled old man held his crutch and spoke, "As long as you stop fighting, everything can be negotiated." "Many thanks, old sir." The sword wielder thanked politely, then he pointed at Xianxia. "I want to take this boy with me." "In your dreams?" He and the rest shouted angrily, immediately surrounding Xianxia while circulating their strength to guard against unexpected events. The sword wielder ignored them entirely and just stared at the turtle-shelled old man. "Oh, The old man hesitated for a while, then looked at Xianxia again, and asked embarrassingly, "May this old master ask why you want to take him?" The sword wielder did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "Old sir, are you protecting him? I wonder what kind of relationship old sir has with this boy?" From the previous situation, the turtle-shelled old man did not seem to be related to Xianxia in any way, but given that the old man was chicken-hearted even though he was clearly quite powerful, why did he have to stand up for Xianxia? The turtle-shelled old man coughed softly. "There's actually no relationship between us." "Then, but we share some heritage. It would be improper for this old master to just let him die." The turtle-shelled old man was dying of embarrassment, his wrinkled face wrinkling even further. Share some heritage. Even though the sword wielder's face was shrouded in clouds and fog, and his expression could not be seen clearly, he was clearly puzzled by the old man's words, for he had no idea what kind of connection this divine spirit who had been keeping a low profile had with Xianxia. However, taking away Xianxia was not his real purpose. The reason why he requested this was just to cover his real intent. Therefore, he stopped pestering and continued, "Since old sir has declared so, we will respect your wishes." The turtle-shelled old man chuckled, "Many thanks. Since I can't take this boy with me, then I must take him away. As for this, I believe old master will not stop me, right?" The sword wielder pointed at Kong Feng, who was captured alive as he spoke. Kong Feng was extremely depressed. As a noble Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it should have been impossible for him to be captured alive. Even a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master might not be able to do that. But still, he was seized, had his cultivation restrained, and suffered heavy injuries one after another. At this moment, he looked absolutely wasted, his spirit completely depleted. Being a prisoner, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on the sword wielder and the myriad demons Heaven High-Rank Open Heaven Realm Master. As such, when he heard the request of the sword wielder, he immediately looked at him gratefully. The turtle-shelled old man nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. "No problem, no problem. Just take him." The sword wielder nodded lightly, then turned to look at Xianxia. "Xianxia, this matter ends here, let him go." Yang Kai looked at him with a defiant face. Why should I have to listen to you? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The sword wielder replied faintly, Today, your void land has reaped all the rewards. It's better for you to spare others where it is possible. The turtle-shelled old man advised wryly, Little one, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. These two are not to be trifled with, and the ones behind them are even scarier. Although he slept for many years, not caring about worldly affairs, this old man knew that only the cave heavens and paradises could deploy high-rank open heaven realm masters like this. He was timid to begin with, otherwise, why would he hide in Voidland for so many years? How would he dare to challenge the cave heavens and paradises? Martial Peak, Chapter 43-33, Cut. Yang Kai's face darkened, and was silent for a moment before speaking. Since old sir has said as much, this junior will give some face. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. A promising young man. Kong Feng let out a large breath of relief. When he was captured alive before, he was in despair, thinking that he was going to die in Voidland. Who knew that things would take a turn for the better? Feeling grateful to the sword wielder, he threw Yang Kai a vicious glare. The 100-sect alliance suffered heavy losses this time, and he was the only one left from Heavenly Sword Union. It could be said that this operation was a complete failure, but it was not without gain. At the very least, he exposed the details of Voidland to the ones above, allowing them to have a better understanding of its strength. Although they failed this time, Voidland would not be able to resist their next attempt when they were properly prepared. 10 years was not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. As long as one was still alive, there would always be a possibility for a comeback. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven snorted coldly, Little brat, seems you're not too foolish. The sword wielder nodded too. Why are you still not letting him go? Yang Kai nodded. I'll let him go now. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly grabbed the cold water longsword from Lu Shue's hand and slashed down, lighting up the space between heaven and earth with the brilliance of the sword. The turtle-shelled old man's smile froze, Zhu Jiao-yin was slightly absent-minded, and the two high-rank open heaven realm masters too were stunned. Kong Feng looked at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes bigger than eggs. With a kick and a shove, Yang Kai sent Kong Feng in the direction of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. How could Kong Feng, whose cultivation was restricted, resist his kick? His body involuntarily flew towards that direction as he exclaimed in exasperation, Yang Kai, you bastard! I won't forget this even when I turn into a ghost. When the words fell, a thin red streak suddenly appeared on his neck, which was immediately severed, followed by his head soaring into the sky, sending fresh blood spraying out like a fountain. Yang Kai's sword cut off his head directly, but he moved so fast that the head and body were still connected for a moment. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Feng possessed a tenacious vitality, which allowed him to let out a deafening roar of resentment before his death. However, if the head was cut off, nothing could help regardless of how strong one's vitality was. The fog around the sword wielder violently swirled, indicating the fluctuation in his mood. He growled through gritted teeth, Bold Junior. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven on the other hand stared at Yang Kai with great interest. There was even a hint of appreciation. The people of myriad demons heaven were all ruthless, and Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly very much in line with his tastes. If not because they were on opposing sides, he would have even applauded. No one expected Yang Kai to act so decisively. A moment ago, he agreed to let Kong Feng go but took his life the next instant. The flipping of his attitude was hard to keep up with. Kong Feng's fate was tragic indeed. One would not dare say it would not happen again in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented until now for a dignified sixth-order open heaven realm master to be killed at the hands of an emperor realm junior. Yang Kai looked at the sword wielder coldly and waved the long sword in his hand. This junior has never tried to act boldly, but when others try to bully me, I won't sit still and take it. Anyone who dares to offend Voidland will never be forgiven. That was why Yang Kai needed to constantly supervise the Grand Array to create opportunities for those from Voidland to kill enemies while avoiding the negative effects. It was still bearable if supervising was all Yang Kai had to do, but the final layer of the Grand Array he used to fight against Kong Feng pushed him far beyond that. As a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, it was extremely taxing for him to fight the enemy while wielding the power of the Grand Array. With such injuries, it was impossible to recover without 10 days to a half-month of rest, and this was only thanks to Yang Kai's awesome recovery abilities. If he were an average Emperor Realm cultivator, he would have been bedridden for a year and a half at least. But a huge effort meant a huge harvest. Not to mention the mountains of spoils from killing so many people, the deaths of the Open Heaven Realm Masters brought a fundamental enhancement to Voidland. There were quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters that came with the 100 Sect Alliance, but very few escaped in the end. Among them, many were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes within the many Open Heaven Realm Masters collapsed when they were killed, releasing their world force into Voidland. As long as Voidland could digest this world force, its foundation would undergo earth-shaking changes. As Voidland's heritage became stronger, the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array would increase accordingly. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating in Voidland would also increase, and the probability of those who lived here comprehending the Grand Tao would be boosted. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-34, Stutter. If it was not for their incredible heritage, how could the cave heavens and paradises have such breathtaking sceneries? How could their disciples have such rapid cultivation? That was why Yang Kai immediately ordered for the closure of the array. Once the Grand Array was sealed shut, the world force released by the dead Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sealed in Voidland, and over time be absorbed and assimilated by it. Su Yen, Xia Chang, and many others including the great emperors rushed over in a hurry. These cultivators from the star boundary had been in retreat for intense cultivation, and now they had all condensed their Tao seals. It was the perfect timing to refine the yin, yang, and 5 elements. They definitely should not waste any time over other things. Nonetheless, what happened today was extremely conspicuous, and it was difficult for them not to notice. However, in such an intense battle, there was not much they could do, so even if they were aware of what was happening, they could only observe from afar and stay hidden. They knew their strength was limited, and they would probably be more of a burden than help if they tried to participate. Now that the overall situation had been decided, they naturally came out. Yang Kai was still tending to his injuries, so second manager Bian Yuqing briefly explained the details of the incident to them. Only then did everyone know that Voidland had survived a great tribulation. The great emperors glanced at each other and turned around to return to their retreat without disrupting Yang Kai, as did Su Yen and the others. It was not that they did not care about the situation in Voidland, but what happened to Voidland today gave them a sense of crisis. Voidland managed to triumph this time, but what about the next time? If they wanted to help, they had to advance to the Open Heaven realm as soon as possible. So, they were racing against time to cultivate as quickly as they could, not daring to slack off. Yang Kai had created such a good environment for them, one where they did not even need to worry about resources. It would be a waste of Yang Kai's hard work if they did not show some accomplishments. With Yu He's administration, the Grand Array rolled shut with a loud rumble. The bewildering array was damaged, but the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array had self-repair abilities, and since Nanmen Dejun had learned a lot from Grandmaster Wu Liang during the several months of apprenticeship, this damage could be repaired by him. The only issue was that the energy stored in the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completely exhausted. It was no longer possible to stimulate the power of the Grand Array, and this was a matter that could only be solved with time. The battlefield was cleaned thoroughly as a mountain of corpses was gathered. The 100 Sect Alliance dispatched more than 10,000 people, but only a handful of them had escaped. The intruders who came to Voidland, whether they be Open Heaven Realm Masters or Emperor Realm Cultivators, had suffered heavy casualties, and their scattered corpses had to be found and piled up together. A bloody stench filled the air, but with a wave of her hand, Yuhi burned them all to ashes. The plunder from the thousands of deaths was bountiful. Every cultivator had more than one space ring, so Voidland had harvested tens of thousands of space rings. Even if most of these space rings were not filled with abundant riches, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially the mid-rank ones, were naturally not poor. Every mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came here was a representative of their respective sects, so how could they have no savings? For example, Qi Jin, Ling Chun Chiu, Old Hong. Especially Kong Feng, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, could never have shabby possessions. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this loot at all and just handed all of it over to second manager Bian Yuqing. Since all the future expenditures of various materials in Voidland would also be managed by her, she naturally would need to tally up these winnings. Young Master, the battlefield has been cleaned. He reported softly after cremating the several thousand corpses. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still a little weak and the color had not yet fully returned to his face, but he looked much better than before. Hearing that, he nodded and asked in a low voice, "How about the casualties?" Dozens were injured, but no one died, and none suffered serious injuries. They just need some time to recover. He replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. They fought against the 100 Sect Alliance all by themselves, and not only did the entire enemy army perish, no one from Voidland was even killed. Who would ever believe such an absurd story? How was it possible for one side to be defeated while the other did not suffer any casualties in such a fierce battle? However, it was a fact that none of the 335 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland died. Among these people, 315 were cultivators from Abundant City, about a dozen were from Blood Swan Continent, and the rest were residents of Voidland. One had to say, this was nothing short of a miracle. To achieve such a victory was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. The more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters fought in the bewildering array twice, where the enemy was blinded and confused, and with the addition of Yang Kai's guidance, the victory was almost as easy as breathing. As long as they were careful enough, how could they die? Injuries were inevitable of course, and with the enemy's desperate counterattack, some were indeed sustained. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes swept over every direction, meeting pair after pair of eyes that flashed with elation. Whether it was a cultivator from Abundance City or Blood Swan Continent, none of them had ever experienced such a fulfilling and satisfying battle before, and through this battle, they were able to deeply comprehend the power of their own sect. Being a part of Voidland now was a great honor. We, Voidland, were able to overcome this difficult trial thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Many thanks for your hard work. Yang Kai's voice boomed loudly. Mo Mei answered, Sect Master is too modest. Now that we are a part of Voidland, we all should contribute when enemies arrive at our borders. We were only able to achieve victory today thanks to Sect Master's constant efforts. Voidland is our home, and we swear to live and die in Voidland. We swear to live and die with Voidland. The world shook with the crowd echoing in unison. Reputation was a wonderful thing. Over 90% of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters now were cultivators from Abundant City. Yang Kai gave them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to help them achieve the Open Heaven Realm, giving them an extra reason to be grateful. Additionally, Yang Kai did not reveal a single trace of fear in face of 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even dauntlessly beheaded Kong Feng. This garnered even more of their respect for Yang Kai. It could be said that today's victory had laid the foundation for Yang Kai's supreme prestige in Voidland. He achieved all of this although he was still just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone was dismissed, each of them looking for a place to heal their wounds, while Bian Yuqing was busy finalizing the cleanup. Yang Kai spent a day in his room recovering from his injuries, but left to visit Zhu Jiao-yin once he no longer had difficulty moving about. He wanted to find out more details about the turtle-shelled old man from Zhu Jiao-yin. Judging from the warning the woman gave him before, she must have been aware of his existence for some time. Maybe Zhu Jiao-yin knew something more about the turtle-shelled old man. However, Zhu Jiao-yin's door remained closed, probably busy recovering, or probably just deliberately ignoring him, which made Yang Kai extremely frustrated. Unable to talk to Zhu Jiao-yin, Yang Kai had no choice but to head towards a different peak. This peak was located in Earth Spirit Land. Among the 7 spirit lands of Voidland, Earth Spirit Land was located right in the center and occupied the largest region. The previous main hall of 7 Wonders Land was located in Earth Spirit Land, while now, many important halls of Voidland were located here too. Earth Spirit Land was comprised of many spirit peaks, and although the previous battle between Zhu Jiao-yin and the 2 high-rank Open Heavens caused a huge mess and flattened many of them, there were still a lot left. On one of the more inconspicuous peaks, Yang Kai sensed the presence of the turtle-shelled old man, not through his aura, but rather by tracing a faint bloodline connection. Yang Kai had to understand why this divine spirit was hiding inside Voidland. Based on his stance before, the turtle-shelled old man did not have any malice towards him, but it was always good to be careful in everything. When he came to the peak, Yang Kai did not rush up it, but gave a respectful salute, greeting in a clear and loud voice. Junior Yang Kai has come to visit Senior. May Senior show himself. After shouting, a fiery red figure rushed down from the peak towards Yang Kai. When it got closer, the figure was revealed to be a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She looked exceedingly adorable dressed in a fiery red dress, and even her hair was a brilliant scarlet, weaved into 2 little braids. Her delicate features and tender white skin made her look as though she was a beautiful doll. The little girl stopped in front of Yang Kai, clenched her 2 small fists tightly, raised her small head, and looked at him with large, bright, excited eyes. What? Youngins? Master? Yang Kai hesitated. Who's this girl? Did Voidland not only have a hidden divine spirit, but also a delicate little girl like this? What made Yang Kai feel even odder was that the aura of this girl was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had sensed it before. However, it was such a pity for such a dainty little girl to have such a heavy stutter. Nonetheless, although she was small, her strength was immense. The aura she exuded was on par with a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, and Yang Kai could sense a wisp of monster chi coming from her. The little girl clenched her fists even more tightly as she shouted loudly, blood flushing into her face. Yang Kai laughed and comforted, "Speak slowly, no one is rushing you." The little girl drew a big breath, unable to say anything audible and almost suffocating herself. She stomped her feet in frustration, shook her body, and exploded in a bright red flash, transforming into a massive creature in front of Yang Kai. Stepping back quickly, Yang Kai looked up in shock and blurted out in a stunned voice, "Scarlet Flood Dragon." The creature in front of him was the Scarlet Flood Dragon he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Scarlet Flood Dragon shook her head, exclaiming, It's me." It was the voice of the little girl from just now, just a little deeper. Yang Kai was both surprised and delighted. "Have you gone through the human form tribulation, and can now take on human form?" Any monster beast who wanted to cultivate and have a human form must overcome the difficulty of human form tribulation. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-35, Divine Dragon's 9 Sons. A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have Dragonborn in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth Attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain and obtained its Earth Attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have Dragonborn? If they were not Dragonborn, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the strength of these two monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yang Kai took them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home, so she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also fed the two a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Jiuyin's occasional training and much purer bloodlines over time, these two would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yang Kai had no doubt about this. But he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yang Kai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired, fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered, Master, it's me." She must have followed in Yuhi's footsteps to address Yang Kai as young master. Yang Kai was shocked. "You're female?" The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body, her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yang Kai added, "But why are you stuttering?" Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. I just learnt to talk. So I am not fluent. Why yet?" A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, then he chuckled, "I see. Why are you here?" If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man. Therefore, he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. Grandpa Turtle asked me to pick you up. It's TT thanks to Grandpa TT Turtle that Xiao Hei and I see can assume human form. Yang Kai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yang Kai. In addition to Zhu Jiuyin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday, the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky, and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yang Kai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient and had obviously been here for many years. Yang Kai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth Spirit Land. He had searched this place before, but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yang Kai would have no way to find him. The 100 Sect Alliance came to attack. Two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged all of a sudden. Zhu Jiuyin turned Void Land upside down, and then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, two figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Xianxia had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin in a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His two long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Xianxia's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes and turned to look at Xianxia, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Xianxia certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. "Earth Dragon?" It's me, young master." The boy kept nodding. Apparently, he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Xianxia's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Xianxia grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Xianxia thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Xianxia's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "You're here." The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. "Junior Xianxia greets senior." Sit down," the turtle-shelled old man gestured. Xianxia thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued, "Xiaohong, Xiaohei, go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about." Xiaohong, Xiaohei. With a single thought, Xianxia became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. The two little ones saluted respectfully and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Xianxia. "I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can." Xianxia turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Xianxia replied sincerely, "Firstly, this junior must thank senior for his timely assistance." The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those two to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day." Xianxia nodded. "Although Zhu Jiuyin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Voidland. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Voidland remained safe and sound." The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Xianxia decided to change the topic and went straight to the point. "May I ask if Senior is a dragonborn?" Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Xianxia vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Xianxia was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the dragon clan than human, if the old man had a connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the dragon clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Xianxia's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and the Earth Dragon were all dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Correct. This old master is indeed a dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Xianxia let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Xianxia was also a dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Xianxia proceeded, "There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of dragonborn does Senior belong to?" The turtle-shelled old man smiled. "Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are?" Xianxia counted them out. Qiu Niu is joyful, Yazi is bloodthirsty, Chao Feng is ominous, Pu Lao is loud, Swan Ni is shrouded in fog, Bai Shi bears a heavy load, Baian is disputatiousness, Fu Shi is depicted on graves and monuments, Qi Wen swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded, "Correct." "Then, Senior," Xianxia looked at him hesitantly and his eyes brightened, "are you of the Bai Shi's lineage?" Among the 9 sons other than Bai Shi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Xianxia to make such a guess. "That's right. This old master is indeed of the Bai Shi's lineage." Xianxia let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Xianxia knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Xianxia had a pure dragon clan bloodline and Bai Shi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Xianxia was still a little vigilant towards this old man, but now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. "Senior, have you been hiding in Voidland for many years?" Xianxia talked to him casually with a smile. Bai Shi chuckled meaningfully. "When this old master fell asleep, there was no Voidland here." Xianxia patted his own head. This place was originally known as 7 Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Voidland. Bai Shi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Xianxia could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin to be called a little girl by Bai Shi was truly. While laughing, Xianxia's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Bai Shi in front of him with his eyes widened. "What does Senior mean?" Martial Peak, Chapter 43-36, Bai Shi's True Form. Bai Shi chuckled. "Why do you even bother to ask when you've already guessed the truth?" Xianxia could not help gulping, the shock in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. He thought Bai Shi had been hiding in Voidland, slumbering for centuries or even millennia, but now it seemed that he had made a fundamental mistake. "I'll be right back." Saying so, Xianxia hurriedly flew off. With a flicker, he left the cave palace with a surge of space principles and reappeared directly above Voidland. He took out the array jade, surged his power, and stretched out his hand. The churning clouds that enveloped Voidland quickly dissipated, and the entire Voidland was presented clearly to Xianxia's field of vision. After a while of observation, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air as his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Sect Master!" Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed up from below in a panic. What happened? She had been counting and cataloging the tremendous gains from the previous battle when she noticed the sudden change in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. She thought another formidable enemy had come to invade Voidland, only to realize that there was actually no one. Xianxia did not answer immediately but instead continued to scan across the entire length of Voidland. Puzzled, Bian Yuqing quickly stood beside him and followed his eyes. "Second manager, look carefully. What does Voidland look like to you?" Xianxia suddenly pointed his hand down and asked. Bian Yuqing replied without even thinking, "A turtle." Xianxia gaped at her. Bian Yuqing giggled, "Doesn't it? We have 7 spirit lands in Voidland, with Earth Spirit Land being the largest, planted right in the middle, representing the turtle shell. Metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land are arranged in the 4 corners of Earth Spirit Land, which correspond to the limbs. Then Yin and Yang spirit lands are located at the top and bottom of Earth Spirit Land, representing the head and tail of the turtle, isn't it? Indeed, indeed. Yang Kai nodded lightly and laughed. Why didn't I see it before? Bian Yuqing explained, Sect Master has so many matters to attend to, so how could you have the time to notice something like this? She stopped for a moment, then added, Sect Master, is there any problem with Void Land? Yang Kai grinned, no problem at all, ha. Still cackling, he dived down again. Bian Yuqing watched him leave, confused, wondering what in the world Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai returned to the cave, sat down in front of Baishi again, took a deep breath, and asked respectfully, Senior, may I know how old you are? Baishi replied, I don't remember. After living for so long, such things tend not to matter anymore. Senior, you're... Yang Kai pointed at Baishi, struggling to form a description. Fortunately, Baishi knew what he wanted to express, and smiled lightly, I am this old master's embodiment. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he became more and more aware of the strength of the man before him. The spear of the high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons, heaven did not even create a scratch on Baishi's embodiment. Baishi was also safe and sound, he just needed to shrink into his turtle shell. If a mere embodiment already had such a strong defensive ability, what more need be said about his true form? And Baishi's true form was Void Land itself. In other words, Baishi was not hidden in Void Land, but instead, Void Land was built atop Baishi's body. Under the massive Void Land lay Baishi's true form, but because the body was too large, it was far more convenient for Baishi to use his embodiment to communicate. This explained why Baishi was complaining that Zhu Jiuyin was jumping on his back, since the whole of Void Land was built on his body. He was a true, genuine behemoth. Yang Kai wondered how many years he had to live to reach such an enormous size. However, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed and excited at the same time at the thought that the Void Land he established was actually built on such a divine spirit. It was embarrassing because Baishi was a living, breathing creature, a sentient one at that, so it was not exactly polite to build a sect on his back, literally. However, based on Baishi's reaction, he did not seem to care that much. If it was not for the intense battle previously, he might still have been asleep. The exciting part was that Baishi was formidable, so as long as he was safe, Void Land would never suffer from disaster. Though it was still better to be more cautious. In the case Baishi no longer wanted to have a whole sect living on him, Void Land would have to find a place to relocate. After a bit of probing though, Yang Kai realized that Baishi obviously did not care about such things, allowing the former to breathe a sigh of relief. Putting his mind at ease, Yang Kai spoke again, as Dragonborn and having lived such a long life, this junior has something to ask Senior. Baishi responded, let's hear it. Does Senior know where Dragon Altar is? Yang Kai had always wanted to find the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that he was considered to be carrying a pure Dragon Clan bloodline, Void Land had more than a dozen Dragon Clan members from Dragon Island. If he could locate Dragon Altar, he could return to his ancestral roots, and if he managed to form a relationship with the Dragon Clan, no one would dare to provoke Void Land anymore. It was a pity that he had only heard of Dragon Altar, but did not know where it was located. Dragon Altar. Baishi murmured and sighed slightly. No one can trace Dragon Altar's location except for the true members of the Dragon Clan. Although this old master is also Dragonborn and has lived an extremely long life, if you asked me where Dragon Altar is, this old master really cannot answer. Even Senior doesn't know? Yang Kai was stunned. Baishi answered, the place where the Dragon Clan is established is also the foundation of the Dragon Clan. It is reasonable for no others to be able to pry into it. The Dragon Clan is strong, but equally proud, so they have offended many over the years. If Dragon Altar were to be exposed, it may attract unnecessary trouble, so only true members of the Dragon Clan will know where Dragon Altar is. After a slight pause, Baishi looked at Yang Kai curiously, speaking of which, this old master has something to ask you. Senior, please speak. Yang Kai sat upright. Baishi began, the Dragon Clan bloodline in your body is extremely pure and rich, far more so than even this old master's dragon vein. Logically speaking, you should be a member of the dragon clan, but why does this old master have a feeling that you're not? Xianxia laughed. Senior is right. This junior only obtained his dragon clan bloodline because he had fortunately refined a dragon source in his early years. I'm not of dragon clan origin. Bai Shi was enlightened, so that's the case. That dragon source must be very strong. Xianxia was not sure of that, but judging from the reactions of those from Dragon Island, it was indeed not bad. But this was the outer universe after all, it could be a different case here. If you want to find where Dragon Altar is, this old master can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Please enlighten me, senior, Xianxia implored politely. With a chuckle, Bai Shi explained, with such a pure dragon vein, even as a human, your bloodline can be continuously improved. Cultivate diligently while stimulating the power of your dragon source to further refine your bloodline. Keep doing so, and sooner or later, you will become a true dragon clan member. By then, you will naturally be able to sense where Dragon Altar is. Although Bai Shi was strong, his dragon clan bloodline was not of pure origin, and at his age, he could no longer improve it, so even if he was a rare master in the 3,000 worlds, it was absolutely impossible for him to locate the Dragon Altar. Having said that, Bai Shi rubbed his hands together a little apologetically with an awkward smile on his face. Someday, this old master would like to ask you, little friend, to take me to Dragon Altar as well. Xianxia looked at him curiously. Bai Shi explained, this old master is also dragonborn after all, and Dragon Altar is a supreme existence in the hearts of all dragonborn. This old master's greatest wish in life is to take a look at the origin of his own bloodline. If this wish can be fulfilled, I will die without regret. Xianxia was stunned, but nodded and promised, don't worry, senior, although I don't know when it will happen, that day will come. Bai Shi lit up at his answer. The old man, Bai Shi, was very talkative. Xianxia was grateful for his previous help, and in addition to both having dragon veins, they naturally had a sense of familiarity. However, although this old man was so powerful, he was extremely timid. He reminded Xianxia countless times to avoid provoking the cave heavens and paradises. All of cave heavens and paradises were ancient monsters that must not be trifled with. Xianxia naturally nodded and agreed, but felt helpless on the inside. After all, since when did he want to provoke them? It was all because they were anxious that he wanted to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. That was why he became a target of the 100 Sect Alliance. But at this point, there was no room for turning back. Presumably, no one would be harassing Void Land again in the short term after the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out, unless the cave heavens and paradises led the attack in person. However, none of the cave heavens and paradises would be willing to forego their dignity for this. Therefore, as long as Xianxia remained sheltered in Void Land, he should be fine. Now that there were two divine spirits in Void Land, one of which was Bai Shi, who had lived for countless years. If the enemy did not send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was no way they could do anything to him. After chatting with Bai Shi for a whole day and obtaining some guidance on how to improve his Dragon Clan bloodline, Xianxia began to feel like he had spent too much time here and finally excused himself. He had not recovered from his injuries completely, but because he wanted to get a feel for Bai Shi's attitude and background, he decided to prioritize this meeting. Now, Xianxia naturally had to go back to continue his recovery. Before leaving, Bai Shi stopped him. Little friend, this old master has a presumptuous request. Xianxia replied, Senior, please speak. Bai Shi answered, this old master won't be falling asleep again for a short while after waking up this time. Time does bring great changes to life after all. The people who used to serve me have all passed away now, so this old master wants to request for those two little ones to keep me company. Xianxia smiled when he heard the words, Are Xiao He and Xiao Hong good choices to serve by Senior's side? Bai Shi chuckled, and very good. Many thanks, little friend. Xianxia responded, It is their blessing to be able to stay by Senior's side since the two of them were only able to pass their human form tribulations after Senior's enlightenment. After a pause, Xianxia added, "If Senior is bored, feel free to go down the mountain more. We have many members of the Dragon Clan in Voidland." Martial Peak, Chapter 43-37, Meeting. It was indeed Xiao Hong's and Xiao Hei's blessing that they could follow Bai Shi. Bai Shi had lived for many years and had knowledge to match. Any wisdom that he could pass to them would benefit them for life. Xianxia also wanted to get closer to Bai Shi, so he took this opportunity to do him a favor. After returning to his own room, Xianxia continued to heal while in retreat. 10 days later, in the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land, Xianxia sat at the head seat, with the left and right protectors, Yu He and Mo Mei, to his left and right. Further below were the members of the Elder Council. Yu He and Mo Mei were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while among the members of the Elder Council, other than Chen Tianfei being a 4th Order, the rest were all 5th Order. Voidland had now become a place full of upcoming talents, and not many places in the entire 3,000 worlds could compare with them. Furthermore, Voidland was founded just a few years ago. Compared to it, how many generations had those top-tier second-class great forces inherited to become where they were today? Of course, Voidland had the upper hand mostly thanks to the recruitment of the Abundant City cultivators, but this was also due to Xianxia's capabilities. It was the first time that the leaders of Voidland had gathered for such a meeting to discuss its future direction. However, before that, they talked to each other about all the gains and losses of the previous battle. Although it was a landslide victory for Voidland, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Any great force that rose would have to go through all kinds of hardships. Such a battle was the nutrient and catalyst for the growth of Voidland, and it only did good to Voidland but no harm. The scene of everyone's bustling discussion was rather lively. When the crowd calmed down a little, Xianxia started. "Although our Voidland has won a complete victory in this battle, we shouldn't take things lightly. Don't ever think that the great forces of 3,000 worlds are easy to bully. This time, we had the upper hand because the enemy had extremely limited or outright inaccurate information about us and the power of our Grand Array, which is why we could have such outstanding results. If Kong Feng had known the heritage of our Voidland in advance, it would have been a far, far more difficult battle. Everyone should strive to cultivate and strengthen yourselves going forward." Everyone naturally agreed with him. After all, they were already aware of this without Xianxia needing to say it. Although there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, 99% of them had only just broken through. They were insufficient in terms of heritage and their foundations weren't even stable yet. When fighting alone with the cultivators in the same realm, they would obviously be put at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Yu He and Mo Mei clearly experienced it. Especially Mo Mei. When she was fighting against Luan Baifeng, she was being suppressed almost the whole time and could only keep defending herself. However, they would need a lot of resources if everyone started cultivating, especially Open Heaven pills and cultivation materials of all orders would be in high demand. If they did not recently experience such a battle, the finances in Voidland would be tight again. Fortunately, they had killed almost 10,000 enemies in the recent battle and gained many spoils of war, which was sufficient to meet the needs of Voidland for a short time. Second Manager Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and briefly reported the amount seized. After listening for a while, Xianxia nodded lightly and ordered, "Second Manager, please take care of the matter of cultivation resources. We must make sure we meet the needs of all cultivators in the sect." Bian Yuqing replied respectfully, "Yes." A contribution points system had been implemented in Voidland now. All the cultivators who participated in the previous battle had earned a large number of contribution points and could exchange them for the resources they needed. As for how to keep supply and demand in balance, Xianxia did not need to worry about it, for Bian Yuqing and the Elder Council would come up with a solution. Xianxia looked around as his fingers gently clasped the armrest of his chair as he added, "But we can't just sit idly and consume our resources. Any great force that wishes to prosper needs a variety of income sources, which our void land currently lacks. Although we earned a great deal this time, sooner or later, there will come a day when those spoils will be depleted. If we want to grow and flourish in the future, we need to start earning as well. Yun Xinghua immediately cupped his fist. Sir, please allow this subordinate to return to the Star City. I will definitely take care of it well for Sir. Yang Kai responded, naturally, we can't lose the Star City as it is our greatest source of income and will likely continue to be so in the future. However, with the current scale of the Star City, I'm afraid it won't be sufficient to supply Voidland in the long run. In the past, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was small, so the income of the Star City could still balance the budget and even run a small surplus. But the situation was different now. With the addition of more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once, the daily consumption of Open Heaven pills alone became a massive number, so the revenue of the Star City was falling far short. Yang Kai looked around and asked, does anyone have any good ideas? The group from Abundance City looked around at each other but did not know what to do. After all, they just entered the outer universe and knew nothing about the outside world. Since now the topic was about the continuous development of Voidland, what good suggestions could they give? Yun Xinghua pondered a little and then cupped his fist. Sir, perhaps we could find a way to procure more resources in Void territory. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Tell me more. Yun Xinghua explained, in any great territory, there are many great forces and universe worlds. The periphery of these great forces and the various universe worlds should have been developed long ago. If there were resources anywhere, they would have been pocketed by others by now. However, this does not mean that there is no value in searching the rest of the great territory. Perhaps there are some unknown places that contain undiscovered resources, especially the existence of universe cave heavens and universe paradises. A universe paradise was found 3,000 years ago in our Shocking Swan territory, inside Shocking Swan Pavilion's domain. It was precisely because of the development of that universe paradise that Shocking Swan Pavilion became the overlord of Shocking Swan territory. Yang Kai raised his brow. A universe paradise? Universe paradises and universe cave heavens were the small universes left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially no different from true universe worlds. Therefore, after such a master's death, there was a chance that the small universes in their body would not collapse but instead maintain its structure and merge with the void. The remnant of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe paradise, while the remnant of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe cave heaven. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven. Yun Xinghua continued, since ancient times, how many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have been born in the 3,000 worlds? After the death of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the small universes in their bodies will sometimes be left behind. Although most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will return to their native territories before death, there are always exceptions. It could be said that almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds has universe paradises and universe cave heavens. However, the entrances of these places are always closed and ordinary people can't enter them at all. So, it's natural to not be able to find them. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yun Xinghua added, therefore, as long as we can find such an entrance, we can inherit all the legacies of that fallen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely abundant heritages. One could infer by the example of the situation in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. To the side, Qin Tianfei frowned. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. Yun Xinghua cupped his fist as he replied, if we don't even try, we will never know. There may be some opportunities. This subordinate should bear the burden of this search for Sir, but regarding this matter, it would be better to have someone with higher cultivation handle it. Pang Duo immediately got up and offered himself, I'll go. Yun Xinghua quickly proclaimed, Elder Pang is a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would be appropriate for him to carry out this task. Moreover, even if we can't find a universe cave heaven or universe paradise, it would still be worth it if we found some undiscovered universe world or spirit province. Yang Kai pondered for a while and announced, "Let's discuss this again next time." Although the legacies of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were truly attractive and it would be of great help to Voidland if such a legacy could be found, there was no trace of such things appearing in Void territory for so many years. If they looked for it now, they might not be able to find anything. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland needed time to consolidate their cultivations, so there was no time to waste for the time being. It would not any too late to look for such buried treasure when Voidland had completely stabilized in the future. Yuhi proposed, "It seems that we can only expand the scale of the Star City for now. If the scale of the Star City expands, we could increase our income." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I think so too." But he was still a little worried, "But young master, given that Voidland has just encountered a great battle, and with the rumors surrounding the Star City from before, the fame and reputation that was gained has almost all been used up. Although we don't know what the situation in the Star City is now, it certainly will not be good." Before, Voidland attracted a large number of great forces by marketing complete sets of fifth-order materials, which brought the Star City its short-lived prosperity. However, with the invasion of the 100 Sect Alliance and with Yun Xinghua and the others, who were guarding the Star City, captured alive, it must be in a mess now. The news of this battle would definitely spread too. Of course, it would make Voidland famous, but it would not sweep away the many negative effects either. If someone was afraid of Heavenly Sword Union or the other sects in the 100 Sect Alliance, they may not have the courage to trade in Void Star City again. Furthermore, there were some cave heavens and paradises backing Heavenly Sword Union. No one dared to offend the cave heavens and paradises by visiting Void Star City. If no one came, the Star City would naturally be deserted, therefore being able to maintain the Star City was already good enough, while expanding it seemed hopeless. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since fame can be depleted, it can naturally be regained too. As long as Voidland offers up something attractive enough, why would we worry about customers not coming? Yuhi looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. "What young master means is..." Yang Kai answered, "If we sell Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I believe the Star City will soon become famous. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could greatly improve the chance of a cultivator successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. Such a good thing would be coveted by everyone, leading to a huge demand for it. Even the cave heavens and paradises would want these pills too. It could be imagined that once this news was spread, perhaps the entire 3,000 worlds would go crazy about it. By then, countless people would flock to Void Star City. But young master, if we do this, all of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters would be needed to guard the Star City." Yuhi frowned. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was an enviable treasure. Without enough power to keep watch over the Star City, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not lead to riots. Thus, even if all the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters were dispatched, they may not be able to prevent such riots from occurring either. This was tantamount to playing with fire. High-rank materials were hard to find, but Yang Kai was sure that the major cave heavens and paradises would have some. So, to get his hands on a high-rank element treasure, he would need to start with the cave heavens and paradises. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. While he was an eyesore to some and they wanted to clip his wings before he could fly, some just stood by and watched idly, while a few even wanted to win him over. There were differing opinions about him. However, regardless of which cave heaven or paradise it was, none of them would be willing to watch him achieve the high-rank Open Heaven realm directly. As proof, Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven proposed he marry into their sect, but even that came with the prerequisite that he only break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It could be said that Yinyang Cave Heaven had given him the warmest attitude, but could Yang Kai accept such a condition? His foundation was so solid that if he did not achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, even though he had a close personal relationship with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai did not hesitate to reject Yin Yang Cave Heaven's proposal. He was well aware that all troubles would be gone as long as he joined Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but the stability that came at the cost of his own future might not last forever, for he feared that his regrets would overwhelm him in the future and hinder his martial Tao. No cave heaven or paradise would allow him to break through to the 7th order open heaven realm, but that was only while Yang Kai was not qualified to speak and trade with them on even terms. However, with the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession, Yang Kai was sure they would be moved. As long as they were tempted, there would be a possibility for an exchange. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there just might be a cultivator out in the vast 3,000 worlds who possessed a high-rank Yin element material. However, due to its exceedingly high value, even if someone did obtain such a treasure, they may not have the courage to take it out. There would probably be some who possessed such treasures but kept them hidden. People like this probably would not be very strong, but they may have descendants or disciples who could possibly advance to the open heaven realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the high-rank Yin element treasure that Yang Kai needed had to fall into the Star City, and using the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was the best bait. With all these considerations, the expansion of the Star City became inevitable. Regarding the matter of Voidland and Void Star City, Yang Kai had made a decision. Since he said that he would take care of everything, even if others were still feeling doubtful, they dared not say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai ordered a number of open heaven realm cultivators to head to the subordinate sects under Voidland in order to ask them to contribute some territory to expand the Star City. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-39, Migration. Yu He's gaze followed Mo Mei's finger, her hand flying to her red lips when she saw what her fellow protector was pointing at. In that direction, where the ground was shaking, a huge head had suddenly appeared. A gargantuan behemoth that appeared like the head of a turtle had emerged at the location of Yang Spirit Land, with the entire Yang Spirit Land planted on this head. Yu He suddenly seemed to realize something and she quickly soared into the air. When she turned around to look, thick and outrageously massive feet emerged beneath metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land. When she looked down further beneath Yin Spirit Land, there was even a tail. A picture was drawn in her mind involuntarily. The entire void land seemed to be carried on the back of a giant turtle. Yu He was stunned. She had lived here for years now, but she never once thought that such a huge secret was ever hidden under Voidland. In conjunction with the appearance of the turtle-shelled old man a few days ago, she vaguely had an idea of the situation. The Open Heaven Realm Masters were both horrified and shocked at the sight of Old Man Baishi's true form, but more than anything, they were excited. Baishi raised his head and let out a long, earth-shaking howl that shook the world, then slowly turned his body, and moved his limbs in the direction that Yang Kai pointed, carrying the entire void land in the direction of the Star City. While his movements were not fast, his speed was anything but slow. Everyone in Voidland felt a rapid acceleration and soon saw the outside world moving backwards as quickly as lightning. Realization dawned and Mo Mei exclaimed, "So this is Sect Master's plan." With the current strength of Voidland and the enemies it had made, they could only choose between their headquarters and the Star City, abandoning the other. However, if the entire Voidland was migrated next to the Star City, the problem would be solved. For others, relocating a headquarters was a near impossible task, but it was not a problem for Voidland. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, Voidland was probably the only sect which could so easily do something like this. It was impossible for any of the cave heavens or paradises to emulate. With the help of this giant divine spirit, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the rest. All he needed to do was to give Baishi a direction, and the latter would carry Voidland towards the Star City. The journey took only 7 days. During that time, Pang Duo received orders from Yang Kai to bring some subordinates to check out the situation in the Star City ahead of them. After Yun Xinghua and the others were captured by Heavenly Sword Union while on duty in the Star City, no one knew what the situation had become. Since they planned to remodel and reinvigorate the Star City, much more focus would be placed on operating it as well. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and Old Man Bai Shi sat opposite each other, a chessboard planted between them, while Xiao Hong and Xiao He served tea. Bai Shi was a superb chess player, and Yang Kai was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. His soldiers were annihilated after 2 to 3 rounds, sending them flying pell-mell, while Yang Kai scratched his head and ears in embarrassment. Bai Shi was quickly bored. "Boy, your skills are quite lacking. It's quite boring to play with you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, fighting the urge to simply flip the board. After getting along for a few days, the both of them became better acquainted. Yang Kai found that although this old man had extraordinary strength and knowledge, he was not the slightest bit pretentious. He was friendly and amiable, so Yang Kai naturally did not need to act overly polite. While cracking his neck to try to break the game plan, Yu He suddenly stepped in. "Young master, we are approaching the Star City." "Oh, we're here already? That was fast." Yang Kai hurriedly got up, accidentally scattering the remaining chess pieces in his hand onto the board, completely messing up the arrangement. Patting his butt, he loudly declared, "Let's go and have a look." Old Man Bai Shi naturally grabbed him. "Where are you going? Finish this game first." Yang Kai looked down at the chessboard and snickered. "This board is a mess now. How can we continue to play? I'll accompany Senior again when I have time." Bai Shi was relentless. "Smelly brat. Cheating and running away is not a good thing." Yang Kai retorted, "Important matters come first, and there will be plenty of chances to play again in the long run. Why are you in such a hurry?" Bai Shi shook his head. "I don't care. You are not allowed to leave until the game is over." Yang Kai had been humiliated by him on numerous occasions over the past few days. This old man had a bad habit of taunting Yang Kai verbally while crushing him at chess, and was thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps he was just too bored after having been asleep for way too long. Yang Kai simply had enough. Now that he had an excuse to leave, why would he remain? But the old man continued holding on to him. Speechless, Yang Kai rolled his eyes before pointing at Yu He. "Old man, if you want to play chess, just ask her. Yu He's chess skills are far superior to mine. She will teach you how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is." "Me?" Yu He blinked and pointed at her nose. Yang Kai shook off Bai Shi's hand in a moment of distraction, yanked Yu He over and pushed her down on his seat, encouraging earnestly, "This old guy likes to play chess. You accompany him." "But young master, It's been decided." Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer and immediately fled after he finished speaking. Yu He and Bai Shi stared at each other. After a long time, Yu He forced a smile. "Please show mercy, Senior." The Star City was right in front of them. Standing above Voidland, one could already make out the outline of the spirit province it was located on. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never been to Void Star City, and he did not even know the scale of his own Star City until now. From the looks of it right now, this Star City did not seem to be impressive. Compared with an ordinary medium-sized Star City, it was even slightly inferior, not to mention comparing it to Thousand Bird Star City. However, Yang Kai believed that as soon as the news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill got out, Void Star City would be crowded. A group of people approached, and Yang Kai reached out to open the Grand Array, allowing them to fly straight into Voidland. It was Pang Duo and the others. "Sect Master." Pang Duo cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pang Duo replied, "When this subordinate and the others arrived, the Star City was practically empty, with only a few people left." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he expected. Voidland was invaded by the 100 Sect Alliance, and everyone would have agreed that Voidland was done for. Since this Void Star City was the Star City under Voidland's jurisdiction, who would dare to stay here? If the 100-sect alliance came to cause trouble after their victory, anyone left here would surely suffer a tragic fate. The merchants who originally entered the Star City had withdrawn one after another, so there would not be too many people left. However, no one would have thought that the 100-sect alliance would be completely crushed by Voidland, with almost their entire force being wiped out. Even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was beheaded by Yang Kai's sword and died. The current mess in Void Star City was due to the lack of hope for Voidland and the lack of order maintained. After Pang Duo and the others arrived, they immediately set about rectifying the situation. Although it had only been a few days, the order had been restored to the Star City, but nothing could be done about the ghostly stillness due to the extreme lack of population. If this situation continued, it would not be long before all the merchants in the Star City left, and Void Star City would only exist in name. But now that Yang Kai had relocated Voidland, and with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as his ace, it was only a matter of time before the popularity of the Star City was revived. Pang Duo added, Golden Light Dock, Soaring Crane Sect, and the other third-class forces all heeded the orders and brought some spirit land to expand the scale of the Star City. I believe it won't take long to complete. Yang Kai nodded. Offer them our sincere thanks. Second Manager. Bian Yuqing stepped forward and reported, Sir. Go back and give them some compensation. Voidland does not take advantage of others. Although these third-class sects swore loyalty to Voidland, and dared not complain even if they were not compensated, the spirit lands they contributed were all taken out from their respective headquarters or subordinate universe worlds, which would naturally cause some damage to their respective heritages. It was understandable to compensate them with something. Bian Yuqing received the order and quickly moved to carry it out. While they were speaking, the Star City had come into full view. It was impossible for the cultivators in the Star City to miss the massive void land charging at them through the void. Expressions of shock and confusion were etched on their faces. Some timid ones had even fled, for fear that void land would crash into the Star City. They did not want to fall victim to such a tragedy. The remaining cultivators continued to watch, but they looked as though they were ready to run at any time. Fortunately, void land was clearly decelerating, and it came to a stop just 100 kilometers away from the Star City. This situation relieved the anxious cultivators in the Star City who were about to escape. But the situation in front of them really puzzled them. What was going on? However, they were astonished again when they saw the giant turtle below void land. Since Bai Shi's true form had been revealed, he did not bother to conceal himself anymore. It would be known sooner or later, so it was meaningless to hide. However, it was still a true rarity to witness such a giant turtle shuttling through the void with a great spirit province carried on its back. Just as the cultivators in the Star City were whispering amongst themselves, a group of people suddenly flew out from void land and headed straight to them in a vigorous and imposing manner. Martial Peak, Chapter 4340, Old Ginger is Spicier. Shopkeeper Tong appeared to be quite old, but he was only a second-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At first glance, he looked like a person from a humble background. There were countless cultivators in the outer universe, and most weren't as lucky as the disciples of Voidland who had a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. With limited aptitude and resources, even if many cultivators could reach the Open Heaven realm, it would only be the trivial second order, and they would remain in that order until they passed away. Even among the more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Abundant City, 89 of them were second order, not to mention cultivators from other places. For people like Shopkeeper Tong, an Open Heaven Realm Master with no background and low strength, it was extremely difficult to survive in the 3,000 worlds. He worked hard all his life, spending most of his savings just to finally manage to open a shop in Void Star City and start a small business. He did not need to worry about food and shelter for now, but the sudden calamity in Void Star City had chased away most of the cultivators who came to shop or work here. Shopkeeper Tong was unable to sleep due to anxiety these days. What business could he do when the Star City was desolate? If he had no business, how could he survive in the future? He wanted to leave, but where could he go? He didn't have enough funds left to set up another store elsewhere, and he could not bear to let go of the one that he spent most of his life's savings to purchase. It could be said that most of the cultivators still left in the Star City were in the same situation as Shopkeeper Tong. It was hard to say if his intentions to help Yun Xinghua were real or not, but it was not false that he sincerely hoped that Yun Xinghua would return. The law and order of the Star City was managed quite well when Yun Xinghua was in charge, so at least no one came to cause trouble during that time. After Yun Xinghua was captured, Shopkeeper Tong's business plummeted, and scoundrels were attracted to the unguarded Star City from time to time, causing him so much trouble that he had to keep his shop closed. Therefore, his words seemed very sincere. After speaking, Shopkeeper Tong cupped his fist again. Sir Yun, the Star City is in chaos now. This old master pleads for Sir Yun to stand up and preside over the situation quickly. Behind Shopkeeper Tong, a group of shopkeepers cupped their fists one after another. Please take charge of the situation, Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua heard the words and replied, Shopkeepers, please remain calm. Sir Yang, sect master of Voidland, has now arrived to rectify the situation in the Star City. This Yun is simply a subordinate of Sir Sect Master and has only been obeying orders. Although many shopkeepers had noticed Yang Kai heading this group, they did not know him, so they could only address Yun Xinghua. Now listening to Yun Xinghua's introduction, they all cupped their fists to greet him in unison. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's Emperor Realm aura was obvious, but despite that, none of the many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present underestimated him. To be able to lead such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's identity and status no longer had anything to do with his cultivation. Moreover, when even Yun Xinghua, a dignified Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, claimed to be a mere subordinate of this young man, how could they dare to regard him as an ordinary Emperor Realm Junior? Yang Kai nodded lightly. This king understands all of your concerns, but please rest assured. The reason Voidland has migrated here today is to revitalize this Star City. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. However, although the number of people present was not large, there were still some who knew about the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so audible gasps were heard coming from around the crowd. Yang Kai did not explain too much and simply replied, After 3 days, if you are free, please join in the fun. There might even be a pleasant surprise for some of you. After saying so, he left, leading the group of people to continue to survey the situation in the Star City. After everyone from Voidland left, the cultivators left behind burst into excited whispers. Since some people knew about the amazing effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the information naturally spread quickly, and for a time, all the cultivators wore faces of disbelief. Most of these cultivators in the Star City were only in the Emperor Realm and did not have an excellent aptitude. If they wanted to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, they were bound to face huge risks. One careless mistake could cost them their life. However, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, their chances for success would improve greatly. Who would not be moved by such an opportunity? Not to mention the Emperor Realm cultivators, even Shopkeeper Tong and the other Open Heaven merchants were extremely excited. They may have already advanced to the Open Heaven Realm, but who among them did not have a disciple or descendants? However, at the thought of the preciousness and rarity of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, these people became a little disheartened. Without millions of Open Heaven pills, it would only be a dream to get their hands on such a treasure. In the crowd, Shopkeeper Tong fell silent for a long time before he suddenly smacked his cheeks with both hands and summoned a young man. Here, quickly liquidate everything in the store, even if we need to take a bit of a loss. It's important that we convert everything we have into Open Heaven pills as soon as possible. Tong he asked haltingly after hearing the order. Grandpa, are you going to participate in the auction of the spirit pill? Don't tell me you've gone senile. Didn't you hear shopkeeper Chen and the others? They said that this thing is extremely valuable and could cost tens of millions of open heaven pills. How can we collect so many pills? Idiot! Shopkeeper Tong raised his hand and knuckled the boy's head. This spirit pill is indeed very valuable, but in an auction it still requires someone to raise its price. The only ones left in this Star City are desperate and destitute people. So, how rich can they be? If we want to bid for that spirit pill, we don't need tens of millions, we just need to be richer than everyone else. Tong He's eyes lit up. What Grandpa says makes sense. You really are an old fox. The shopkeeper Tong knuckled his head again before he could finish, so he quickly rephrased. As expected, old ginger is spicier. Grandpa, I'll get going right now. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards their store, but turned back after just a few steps. Shopkeeper Tong frowned. Why are you back? Grandpa, I suddenly realized that this doesn't feel right. Since the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is so precious, how could Void Land let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Someone will definitely drive up the price at the auction. This grandson thinks that the spirit pill will eventually return to Void Land. Shopkeeper Tong looked at his grandson gratifyingly with a smile. Your worries are not without reason. Tong, he questioned, then are we still going to gather money? We might just end up going for wool and coming back shorn. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and replied, if it were normal times, your grandpa might not even dare to covet this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but things are different now. Now, the popularity of Void Star City is at an all-time low. Since Sect Master Yang wants to reinvigorate this place, he will need something big to begin attracting people back. Auctioning this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is his way of gathering fame for Void Star City, so naturally he has to take the circumstances into consideration. Think about it, if word of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill spreads out from this Star City, the 3,000 worlds will definitely be shaken, and many will come over to investigate. So what? Tong he was puzzled. Shopkeeper Tong continued. If Sect Master Yang wants to revive the popularity of the Star City, his first act cannot be to rig an auction. This is his public debut, so he cannot show duplicity or underhanded behavior, otherwise, who would dare come here in the future? Tong he contemplated for a while, and agreed that what his grandpa said was reasonable, but he still felt insecure. But Grandpa, we're just running a small business. We can't afford a single mishap. A shrewd light flashed across Shopkeeper Tong's eyes, and he smiled slightly. With such a great opportunity sitting in front of you, how can you hope to be successful if you don't even dare to take a gamble on it? Here, your aptitude is pretty good, and if you have enough resources, you should be able to refine fourth-order materials to achieve the fourth-order open heaven realm in the future. With Grandpa's ability, there's no way I can satisfy your cultivation needs. If we do this right though, not to mention fourth order, even fifth order materials won't be out of your reach. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-41, Rebuilding the Star City. The words, fourth order, and fifth order, slightly accelerated Tong He's breathing. Clenching his fists, he replied decisively, Good, grandson will listen to Grandpa. After saying so, he disappeared without a trace. Shopkeeper Tong turned to look in the direction of Tong He's departure, and turned again to look in the direction the numerous open heaven realm masters in Void Land were gazing. Stroking his gray beard, his eyes flashed wildly while he considered his current situation. Despite what he said to his grandson, he was actually a little worried, for fear that, as his grandson said, Void Land would arrange for someone to raise the price to eventually win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill back into its own hands. But as he said, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they succeeded, then the grandfather-grandson pair would soar in the future, and they would no longer have to struggle at the bottom of the world. If one did not grasp the opportunities right in front of them, one could only remain poor. A large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters followed behind Yang Kai as he surveyed the Star City, allowing his identity to quickly spread, drawing the attention of all remaining cultivators in the Star City. People gathered together and whispered from time to time, pointing in his direction. At this point, many youths cast their eyes at him, admiration rising in their hearts. This was what a real man should be like. They were Emperor Realm cultivators too, but while they were toiling away for a few trivial Open Heaven pills, Yang Kai was already sitting high above, commanding many Open Heaven Realm Masters. The difference was simply overwhelming. Sect Master, are you really going to auction that Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill just to boost momentum? Lu Shui, who was next to Yang Kai, asked softly. Yang Kai nodded. Right now, we can only rely on the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, so naturally we will need to raise some popularity. He mentioned this plan before, so no one was surprised, but there were advantages as well as disadvantages to taking out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The advantages included a large and rapid boost to the popularity of the Star City, while the biggest disadvantage was provoking greed from other great forces. However, whenever potential gains appeared, risks would as well. If shopkeeper Tong had the courage to gamble his life savings, how could Yang Kai not have the same courage? Moreover, Voidland had now even migrated its headquarters, and with the protection of 2 mature divine spirits, it more or less had some ability to defend itself. But with just 3 days, there will be no time to publicize the event. I'm afraid that only the cultivators who are still in this Star City will participate in the auction when the time comes. Lu Shui was worried, we won't be able to fetch a high price. To auction an extinct treasure such as the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it was necessary to start an advertising campaign a long time in advance to give the major forces time to gather funds, so as to obtain the maximum profit. Even the pill auction back in Thousand Bird Star City was advertised a year or 2 in advance, and with the addition of the opening of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many masters gathered in Thousand Birds the Star City to profit from that. It was really hasty for Yang Kai to announce an auction just 3 days before it took place. Yang Kai, however, just smiled. The price doesn't matter. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill may be quite precious to others, but to Voidland, it's nothing rare. This place would surely become a treasure trove that continued to churn out Open Heaven pills for Voidland, providing long-term funding for its development. Elder Qin, Yang Kai called out. Fatty Qin immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Subordinate is here, what are your orders, sir?" Yang Kai pointed ahead and gave his command, "Take some people with you to record all the shopkeepers who own stores in the Star City. Contact them and tell them that Void Star City will undergo a complete reconstruction, so all the original buildings will be leveled. Reassure them that Voidland will compensate them with a new store in the same location as their previous one and they will not suffer any financial losses." "Yes." Chen Tian Fatty responded quickly and brought some people with him to carry out this task. In order for Void Star City to develop properly, it needed better planning. Even if there was no compensation, these shopkeepers wouldn't dare to complain, not to mention that they would be compensated with a new store in the original site. Yun Xinghua. Yang Kai called out again. Yun Xinghua straightened his back, took 2 steps forward, and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai tapped his foot. "Build a grand auction house in this spot. You will be solely responsible for this matter." This was the very center of the entire Star City, the best location in the land. As this auction house would be directly affiliated with Voidland, it naturally had to occupy this spot. Yun Xinghua was taken aback, but he accepted the order sonorously. "Rest assured, sir. This subordinate will not fail." After a pause, he added, "Sir, what are the requirements for this auction house?" Yang Kai thought for a while before speaking. "It needs to be large enough to accommodate 10,000 comfortably. And you can go back to the headquarters to ask Yuhi for her input." Yun Xinghua had only broken through to the 4th Order Open Heaven realm recently. As his strength was somewhat low, his knowledge and experience were obviously not comparable to Yu He's. It would be much better if Yu He could give him some advice. Yun Xinghua immediately accepted the order and led a group of his subordinates straight to Void Land. Yu He was currently stuck with by she playing chess, unable to extricate herself, so she was in need of rescue. Elder Mo. Yang Kai called again. Mo Mei responded, "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a smile. "The blueprint of the Star City's construction is your duty now. I want this completed in the shortest possible time. Once plans are finalized, begin construction immediately." Mo Mei laughed lightly. "This is a big project." Yang Kai assured her, "All 600,000 disciples in Void Land are at your disposal. If you need anyone's help, you may transfer them as you wish. If you need materials, consult with second manager." Mo Mei saluted elegantly. "I have received the order, and will definitely live up to the sect master's expectations." As soon as everything was given their assignments, Yang Kai headed back to Void Land, allowing the resurrection of the Star City to begin. The representatives of the 7 subordinate sects led the disciples of their respective forces to expand the scale of the Star City with great enthusiasm, so it would not be long before the project was completed. At the same time, Qin Tianfei led a group of people to convene the remaining shopkeepers still in the Star City and explain to them the plans made by Void Land. All the shopkeepers agreed without a single refusal. For one, who had the courage to object? Void Land's strength was overwhelming, and Qin Tianfei, who was right in front of them, had a 4th order open heaven realm cultivation. For another, this was a good deal for them. The reason Voidland was willing to take such a massive loss in this auction was to create publicity for their Star City. Were not all of the previous auction items sold at a loss too? Although it was a bit bizarre that the starting price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was only 1 open heaven pill, Voidland had the capacity and daring to do so. On top of that, this was the first time Voidland held an auction. If they really did auction a counterfeit item, their reputation would be forever ruined. Who would come to support them in the future if they did such a despicable deed? Therefore, regardless of the oddity of the situation, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill should not be fake. On the auction stage, Lu Shui looked in the direction of the man and replied, "This queen is here to preside over the auction under Sect Master's direct order. This Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was bestowed to me by the Sect Master, who refined it personally. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland have also benefited from such spirit pills. If anyone thinks this pill is inappropriate in any way, they don't have to participate in the auction. Please begin bidding." Shopkeeper Jean cleared his throat and shouted, "This old master offers 1,000 Open Heaven pills. Not to mention 1,000 Open Heaven pills, this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was possibly worth 10 million Open Heaven pills." Shopkeeper Jean naturally did not expect to get the spirit pill with this bid, but he took the initiative to start the process. For one, he wanted to test the waters. For another, it was to show favor to Voidland. It was up to Voidland, however, if they saw through his intentions. In the previous auctions, the highest price an item was sold for was just over 1,000 Open Heaven pills. The price Shopkeeper Jean offered was just a fraction of the true value of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but it was still reasonable in this strange situation. Just as he finished speaking though, voices exploded from all directions in the auction house, filled with cultivators shouting their bids for the item. In just 3 breaths, the price had already exceeded 10,000 Open Heaven pills and was continuing to rise at an extremely rapid rate. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong turned their heads from time to time to look in the direction of the other bidders, observing the reactions and expressions of these potential opponents, inferring their limits. The two old foxes were waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves before jumping out to make the final call. The atmosphere of the auction house suddenly became scorching hot. People were shouting their prices over each other because their previous bids were quickly outdone. 20 breaths later, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had exceeded 100,000 open heaven pills. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the competition. These 3 people were undoubtedly shopkeepers in the Star City. When it reached 120,000, there were only 2 people left. However, these 2 were obviously approaching their limits. Each increase in price was not high, and they were gnashing their teeth each time they offered a new bid, as if they had a deep hatred for the other party. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean looked at each other and nodded lightly. They had been holding back for the right timing to make a move, and it had finally arrived. The 2 had been observing from the sidelines, so they had a very detailed grasp and judgment of the situation. This was a good opportunity to make a move. 130,000. Shopkeeper Jean called out decisively. This time, he added 10,000 open heaven pills all at once, which for the people present was not a small number. In the crowd, a cultivator turned his head angrily at him with his eyes red. Shopkeeper Jean. Shopkeeper Jean cupped his fist towards him with a smile. Shopkeeper Zhou, please excuse me. Shopkeeper Zhou ground his teeth for a while before shouting decisively, 133,000. 140,000. Shopkeeper Jean remained calm and relaxed. Shopkeeper Zhou's initially straight back slumped, and he released a deep sigh as he shook his head. On the auction stage, Lu Shui waited for a moment, but seeing that no one raised the price, after 3 breaths, the hammer finalized the deal. Shopkeeper Jin's and Shopkeeper Tong's tightly clenched fists finally loosened as they both grinned wildly. We did it! We really did it! At this moment, Shopkeeper Tong felt extremely fortunate that he chose to partner with Shopkeeper Jean. Otherwise, he would not have been able to win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with his limited financial resources. At the very least, Shopkeeper Zhou was much wealthier than he was. A spirit pill that was worth tens of millions of open heaven pills was now actually won by 2 old foxes for a mere 140,000 open heaven pills. Such a lucrative trade was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The reason was that the cultivators remaining in the Star City were all from humble backgrounds and had limited financial resources. The people who really had the means and resources had already escaped. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to grab such a great deal. Now, although both of them have sold most of their belongings for cheap and could not do any business in the near future, as long as they waited for the right opportunity, they could resell this spirit pill for millions. Lu Shui's voice once again rang out. Many thanks to all of you for your support this time. Though this auction has ended for today, in 3 months' time, Voidland will be holding another auction where another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. It will be like this every 3 months thereafter. After saying that, Lu Shui turned around and walked down. In the auction house, many cultivators were stunned for a while, followed by a loud commotion. There would be another auction in Void Star City in 3 months, and there would also be another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills sold every 3 months from now on. In other words, every 3 months, Voidland would be auctioning off a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Simply astonishing. Many had made a large profit today, but they still could not help feeling moved at the news of another auction in 3 months. There were not many opportunities like this for them to take advantage of a great force. If one missed it this time, one still may have another chance, but if one did not grasp the chance, it would be impossible when Void Star City truly flourished. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong stood there, the smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened. As an official from Voidland, he had a high position and authority, and countless people attempted to curry favor with him every day. However, he was not even a commander in this new Star City. He did not dare to complain though. After all, the Star City was lost right under his nose. Furthermore, he was only a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. He understood that it was impossible to entrust him with such an important task. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disregard his hard work and handed over management of Void Auction House to him. The Void Auction House was located in the very center of the Star City, not belonging to any of the 4 districts. It was directly under the control of the governor's mansion, and everyone understood that auctions would play a pivotal role in the future of the Star City, so being its head manager was not worse than being in charge of a district. Yun Xinghua was naturally grateful for this arrangement. Yang Kai originally wanted Lu Shui, a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as a commander, but she refused. Her personality was not suitable for works that involved public relations, and she did not like communicating with strangers, so she decided to remain in Voidland as the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, while also serving as a member of the Elder Council. Yang Kai took into account that the cultivators in Voidland would need a master to guide and pass down their experiences, so Lu Shui deciding to assume command of the Martial Hall was also a boon. With this arrangement, everyone in the Star City was assigned their own duties, and the general framework of the Star City was established. In the entire Star City, apart from Void Auction House, which was directly owned by Voidland, there were more than 8 blocks of shops reserved for Voidland, while the other shops would be leased out. Yang Kai had been relatively free recently, so after heating up his furnace and refining some Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, he went into retreat. His current situation was a little awkward. He could not leave because he was under close watch by a few cave heavens and paradises, so he could only stay hidden in Voidland, waiting for a 7th-order element treasure to arrive at his doorstep. He had a lot of free time now. His wives were all cultivating in retreat, so he could not bother them, which meant he could only cultivate by himself. Whenever he was bored, he would play chess with Bai Shi to kill some time. At the Void Dock, a group of Voidland disciples had nothing to do but did not dare to slack off and decided to patrol in every direction in groups of 3 to 5. There was always at least one Void Dock in each Star City, which served as the gateway in and out of the Star City. It made managing the entries a lot more convenient. Otherwise, anyone could enter the Star City from any location. Unrestricted and unregulated access could lead to unnecessary chaos and even unrest, allowing those with ill intentions to easily slip in and stir up trouble. There was a Void Dock in Thousand Bird Star City. When the proprietress first brought Yang Kai there, she was stopped by a master on duty from Great Battle Heaven and had to undergo certain entry procedures. Void Star City aimed to become a top-tier Star City, so it was naturally essential to have a functioning Void Dock. However, Void Star City only had a single Void Dock. Of course, the current Grand Array set up by Nanmen Dejun was not very strong, but no one would break the Grand Array unless they wanted to offend Voidland. The one overseeing the Void Dock was Jin Yuan Lang. The Void Dock was the face of the Star City, so the one guarding it could not have low cultivation. Otherwise, the Star City would inevitably be underestimated. Jin Yuan Lang, who was in the 5th-order Open Heaven realm, was the perfect choice. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm to the Star City, the Void Dock had not had a free moment. All the disciples on duty were exhausted, and because there was only one Void Dock in the entire Void Star City, a long line had formed outside, waiting for entry. No one dared to trespass or cut in line, so they could only wait for Jin Yuan Lang to slowly inspect and register them before allowing them to pass through one by one. The popularity of Void Star City had soared through the roof, and showed no signs of cooling down anytime soon. Li Jing Yuan led 2 attendants to the governor's mansion, and after reporting his intention, was led into a certain grand hall. In the grand hall, the manager in charge of the Void Star City's properties received him. The manager was an Open Heaven Realm Master from Abundance City and a Fourth Order Open Heaven Master, so Li Jingyuan dared not underestimate him. The manager soon activated a projection, displaying the layout of the shops in the entire Star City. Li Jingyuan glanced at this map and pointed to an area that was glowing in green, asking, "Manager Lu, why are these places colored differently?" Manager Lu replied, "The green lots represent land that is already occupied. If you wish to open a storefront, please look for the white ones." They are already positioning themselves in such a manner before the population of Void Star City even gathers. How irritating. Moreover, the rental of the shops here was really not cheap, almost 20% more expensive than his original estimates. If it was an ordinary Star City, he would not be willing to splurge, but he was so optimistic about the future potential of Void Star City that he agreed to the conditions and signed the agreement with the manager. He originally planned to rent more shops through the hands of his subordinates, but at the moment he gave up on this idea. The rental price of Void Star City's shops were quite expensive. Although he was optimistic about the development prospects here, he decided to act a bit more cautiously. It would not be a great loss to use 3 shops to test the waters first. At least, that was his initial plan. However, just after 2 days, he regretted his caution greatly. That was because, after just a few days, the number of cultivators who had poured into Void Star City was nothing short of a torrent. From a distance, he could see several long lines of flight-type artifacts queuing up at the Void Dock, just waiting to enter the Star City. The street in front of the governor's mansion was brimming with visitors, and he even saw several familiar faces there, all of whom were managers of other trade companies. Needless to say, they were there to lease shops. Li Jingyuan made up his mind to lease more shops through his subordinates, and entered the governor's mansion. Unfortunately, he found that all the shops with good locations that he had his eyes on before had already been rented out. The Star City was beginning to get lively. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm, thousands of cultivators had been flowing in from all directions, and as time went by, the numbers continued to increase rapidly. After just a few days, the number of people who were passing through the Void Dock daily exceeded 3,000, and the numbers were climbing rapidly. The dock was so jam-packed that Jin Yuan Lang was beginning to get overwhelmed. He had no choice but to requisition more support. Yu He reported to Yang Kai immediately after receiving the news, and he naturally did not refuse, sending her to personally bring more disciples to the dock to maintain order. With the arrival of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a large number of Voidland disciples, the situation at the dock improved slightly. A few days later, while reporting the situation in the Star City to Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing became very excited when it came to the matter of the number of cultivators in the Star City. Sect Master, the number of cultivators who have passed through the dock today alone has exceeded 5,300. Yang Kai nodded lightly while he took a sip from his teacup. Although this situation was expected, he felt relieved by the news of the current progression. However, with the combination of Meng Hong's example and experience and their own careful consideration, it seemed that Die Yu and Ah Sun had chosen to use the Tai Yi Soul cleansing water to cleanse their Dao seals and restarted their cultivation. Now both of them were condensing the 5th Order elements, with the hopes that they could directly achieve the 5th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. Their starting point would be much higher than that of Old Fong's, and their road ahead would thus stretch further. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were a little worried about the dangers they might encounter while advancing to the Open Heaven realm in the future, After all, although both of their aptitudes were good, condensing fifth-order powers was still quite risky. Since Yang Kai was someone who cherished old friendships dearly though, he would not ignore them. Now that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was auctioned here in Voidland, it should not be a problem to get two to help with their advancement. Yang Kai turned to look at Diayu and Asun, and although he did not know how much suffering the two had gone through, he could imagine that it would not be far off from what happened to Meng Hong when he took the Tai Yi soul cleansing water previously. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai turned to address Wei Kei. Senior Wei, this junior has a request that he wonders if senior would agree to. Wei Kei hurriedly sat up straight and replied sternly, Sect Master Yang, please speak freely. I, Wei Kei, will never refuse as long as I'm capable. The only reason Yang Kai called him senior was because of his friendship with Old Fong and the others, so Wei Kei did not dare to show a trace of arrogance. The handsome young man before him was capable of killing over 10,000 cultivators. He was the one who annihilated the 100-sect alliance with a single order and was the one who personally cut off the head of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Wei Kei was aware that his own Great Moon Province was not even worthy of carrying Heavenly Sword Union shoes. Yang Kai proceeded, enemies targeted our Void Land recently, and the Star City faced a major downturn. Now that we have achieved a great victory, it is time to focus on raising our Star City's popularity. Since you are already here, this Yang hopes you will not leave too quickly. I would like to ask Senior to continue his stay in the Star City. I can allocate a few shops to Great Moon Province. No matter what business Great Moon Province does, it will be of great help to me. Wei Kei gasped and stood up quickly, his face turning red. Sect Master Yang, Tis. The mission given to him and Tao Rong Fong by their leader was to obtain a shop in Void Star City, one shop. Great Moon Province was not a very accomplished or ambitious sect, while Void Star City's popularity was rising at an astonishing rate. If one could secure even a single stall here and run some small businesses, it could be a great help to maintain one's livelihood and sustain the cultivation needs of one's disciples. Wei Kei was still pondering how to bring this issue up with Yang Kai, so he never thought that Yang Kai would take the initiative to mention it. In all honesty, what could they do to help Voidland? Yang Kai was only phrasing it this way to give them face. They passed by the Star City before arriving here, and it was clearly overflowing with vitality while all the shops were doing very well. Why would Voidland need a trivial Great Moon Province to help? Yang Kai had long seen their intention of coming here. Wei Kei was now thoroughly embarrassed. Yang Kai smiled. Or does Senior Wei think that Void Star City is facing a bleak future? If so, I won't insist. That is absolutely not true, Sect Master Yang. Wei Kei flailed his arms wildly as he hurriedly stated, being able to stay in Void Star City is exactly what Great Moon Province wished for, and if that's the case, I would like to thank Sect Master Yang for his deep kindness. He then cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and turned to Bian Yu Qing, who was sitting next to him. Go back to the governor's mansion to make arrangements. Have the manager in charge of the Star City shops to reserve 5 premium located stores under Great Moon Province's name. Bian Yu Qing was slightly startled but quickly replied, Yes, Sect Master, rest assured, I'll see to it right away. Reserving shops under the name of Great Moon Province meant that ownership itself would be transferred to them, not leased. In other words, these 5 stores would belong exclusively to Great Moon Province in the future and would no longer belong to Voidland. Wei Kei obviously understood the meaning of this and exclaimed involuntarily, Sect Master Yang, how could we possibly accept such generosity? 5 is too many for Great Moon Province, 1 is enough. Great Moon Province was a mere third-class great force, so it was not an exaggeration that they would not know what to do with 5 shops. It was just as Wei Kei said, 1 shop was plenty. Yang Kai raised his hand, Say no more, Senior Wei. These 5 shops will be entrusted to you, whether Great Moon Province chooses to do business with them or lease them out, it will be for you to decide. Old Fong and the others are dear friends of mine, And Brother Meng and I have faced many life and death tribulations together in the grand ancient ruins boundary. On top of that, Brother Meng even gifted me an incredibly precious treasure. These trivial 5 shops are nothing compared to such things. How could Wei Kei refuse after what Yang Kai had said? With no other choice, he cupped fists and bowed his head deeply. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. However, he was still a little puzzled. What did Meng Hong give to Yang Kai that could be called an incredibly precious treasure? However, now was not the right time to ask, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Yang Kai was not just trying to be polite. After all, how could a mere 5 shops compare to a mid-rank world fruit? Not to mention 5, even 50 shops would still pale in comparison. That was a treasure that could help a mid-rank open heaven realm master directly advance by a whole order, and would even increase their lifetime limit by an order. Such a treasure would even be of extreme interest to high-rank open heaven realm masters. It was not that Yang Kai was reluctant to give more shops to Great Moon Province, but he was also aware of Great Moon Province's limitations. It was useless to give them more shops and would only attract the greed of others, causing more harm than good. When the banquet ended, the members of Great Moon Province left, with Bian Yuqing personally leading them to the governor's mansion in the Star City to select the locations of their 5 new shops. The news that the owner of Voidland required a high-rank element treasure spread out quietly. Yang Kai hoped that someone would secretly come to him to trade, but no one approached even after waiting for a long time, though some people did come to give information of places where he might find high-rank element treasures. Yang Kai sent subordinates to inquire about the credibility of this information, but the results were disappointing. Most people just made fraudulent reports in the hopes of gaining some benefits, while the ones who did provide legitimate possibilities only did so for places Voidland could not confirm or even approach, so the matter was left to drift. Yang Kai sighed. It seemed that high-rank element treasures were only accessible by the cave heavens and paradises. As time passed, the number of people residing in the Star City reached as high as 500,000. Such a scale had already surpassed the limits of a second-class Star City, and it was steadily developing into a first-class one. On the eve of the 3rd auction, another old friend came to visit. After receiving the report from Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai ordered her to be shown in. In the reception hall, Yang Kai smiled as he watched a great beauty sachet in Senior Sister Chu. Chu Huashang smiled enchantingly, her eyes radiating an intense charm. As her lashes fluttered lightly, she asked sweetly, "Junior brother Yang, have you been thinking of me?" Bian Yuqing, who brought her in, glanced at Chu Huashang with a strange expression, but quickly lowered her eyes again. Yang Kai half choked, half laughed, thinking to himself, this enchantress is still so unfiltered with her words. He was about to tease her in return when suddenly his expression changed. With a raised brow he asked, "Has Senior Sister advanced to the open heaven realm?" At this moment, a world force aura was lingering around Chu Huashang, but it seemed that she had just broken through, so her cultivation had not been completely stabilized yet, so she was not able to withdraw her aura freely. Yang Kai could truly be called invincible below the open heaven realm. Even Yu Luo Sha was beaten by him in a single move. With such a display, old Zhou really had no choice but to make such a proposal. There was no way Yang Kai would not want to gain benefits without any cost. In addition to that, old Zhou also revealed that some cave heavens and paradises were targeting him, so it was a good trade. Facts had proven that what old Zhou said was right. The tree that rises above the forest would be the first one toppled by the wind. In the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai was targeted by many disciples from various cave heavens and paradises, especially Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demon Heaven and In Xen Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, both of whom repeatedly tried to kill him. Yang Kai did not expect that the person who came to Voidland with Chu Huashang was actually old Zhou. He had always thought it was some master from Yin Yang Heaven who was sent to protect Chu Huashang. Now that he thought about it though, This situation made more sense. Now that Chu Huashang was a sixth-order master, despite not having full control of her strength, there were not many left in this world who could threaten her. All the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were old monsters, so who would embarrass a junior for nothing? Yang Kai was of course an exception. He stood out too much and represented a future threat that forced two high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters to secretly establish the 100 Sect Alliance. In the end, these two masters were forced to act personally, but were ultimately deterred by two divine spirits. Why is old Zhou here instead of tending to Thousand Birds Star City's Azura Arena? And with senior sister Chu too, for what reason have you come today? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chu Huashang replied, this senior sister met manager Zhou right outside Voidland. We didn't make any arrangements in advance. Manager Zhou asked me to help bring him in, probably because he had something to discuss with junior brother Yang. The people of the cave heavens and paradises were more or less allies. Chu Huashang had also been to Thousand Birds Star City, so she naturally recognized Manager Zhou. Chu Huashang could not refuse if Manager Zhou made such a request, and it wasn't a big deal anyway. Yang Kai would not blame her for this, so she made the decision on her own. Manager Zhou smiled slightly. This old master is here to discuss something with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's eyes flashed before replying with a smile, please come in and talk. They were guests after all, so Yang Kai could not let them stand outside forever, that would be quite rude. The two of them entered while Bian Yuqing made arrangements for the maidservants to serve fruit and tea before leaving. But if Sect Master Yang can agree to another condition, this old master can guarantee that the master sect will agree to this proposal. Another condition? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Manager Zhou smiled. This is the second matter this old master is here to discuss with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai gestured for him to continue. Manager Zhou coughed lightly. I heard that your noble sect has auctioned 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in recent months. I was wondering if that was true or not. Yang Kai knew that this old guy was really here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, so his expression remained unchanged as he snickered silently to himself. After waiting for such a long time, it seemed things were finally getting started. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Voidland did auction 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Manager Zhou's expression brightened, and it was said that the Void Auction House will host an auction every 3 months from now on, where a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. Correct. Manager Zhou's eyes sparkled a little as he asked, so, does that mean that your noble sect is capable of refining this lost ancient pill? Could it be that your noble sect has found a source of world source liquid? When he asked the question, Chu Huashang, who had been silent all the time, also had her beautiful eyes flash as she stared eagerly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled without answering. Manager Zhou continued, before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Red Cloud's auction house once auctioned a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and the recipe for this pill. As far as I know, those items were won by Sect Master Yang, but the spirit pill was exchanged for a 7th Order Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng with an elder from Sword Pavilion, while the pill recipe was left. But according to the recipe, World Source Liquid was required to refine this spirit pill, and World Source Liquid has long since disappeared from the 3,000 worlds. Now that Voidland is able to take out a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill every 3 months for auction, it could only mean that Voidland had found a way to obtain World Source Liquid. There is no other explanation for why so many rare spirit pills could be auctioned. The extinction of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was because of the extinction of World Source Liquid. It was a treasure that was formed by chance when a new world was born. Where could it be found now? This situation was inevitable, and Yang Kai had already expected this would happen when he decided to use the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to help bolster the popularity of his star city. Taking a sip of his tea, Yang Kai smiled. Blood Monster Divine Monarch left many good things behind inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace, including some world source liquid. Manager Zhou looked at him hesitantly, not sure if he should believe him. However, obviously the timing fit. Yang Kai replied, Azura Cave Heaven runs many industries and has existed for eons. A single high-rank element treasure is surely just a drop in the bucket for you. How is asking for one making things difficult? Sect Master Yang should know that what this old master referred to was not the value of this high-rank material. Manager Zhou replied exasperatedly. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, despite the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises having occasional disputes, we have always been generally united, especially regarding certain sensitive issues. Now that Voidland is guarded by 2 divine spirits, I'm afraid no one would be interested in provoking it anymore, but that doesn't mean that some people will condone Sect Master Yang's direct advancement to the high-rank open heaven realm. If they really find out that we, Azura Cave Heaven, provided you with a high-rank element treasure, how will Azura Cave Heaven keep its foothold in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Having said this, he persuaded earnestly again, Sect Master Yang is truly a dragon amongst men, but you should take a step back and endure for a while. Why bother taking the risk of challenging the ancient order of the 3,000 worlds? With Sect Master Yang's aptitude, even if you achieve the 6th order open heaven realm, you will still be able to soar. It's better to follow the current than swim against the river. Yang Kai snorted at the words, whose order? What current? I, Yang Kai, entered this vast universe only concerned about my own cultivation. I have never sought trouble with or offended others intentionally, so I will not allow others to stand in the way of my grand Tao. She glanced at Yang Kai accusingly as she spoke. Yang Kai looked down his nose, ignoring her stare. That's why some of the outstanding disciples from Yin Cave Heaven need to go out for life experience and to mingle with fellow cultivators in various Tao temples, so as to find a good match. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Yin Cave Heaven was trying to use this as a way to recruit people under them and enhance their own strength. A simple matter. I'll have second manager accompany you and let you choose whichever location you need for your Tao temple. Then this senior sister will thank junior brother in advance. Chu Huashang thanked him, and after a pause, pursed her lips and smiled. Now that proper business is over, let's talk about private affairs. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. What else does senior sister want to talk about? Chu Huashang blushed slightly and replied shyly, could it be that junior brother forgot what I told you in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Those words are still valid now, so if you could agree. She now seemed like a naive young lady, one who would grasp everyone's attention. Yang Kai wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw her eyes, he understood everything. In the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang wanted to recruit Yang Kai on behalf of Yin Cave Heaven, bluntly saying that she hoped that he could enter Yin Cave Heaven, the premise being only after she broke through to the open heaven realm. However, at that time, Chu Huashang was still just an emperor realm cultivation and had not yet reached the open heaven realm, so she needed to fall in love with Yang Kai and cut off her emotions to reach a grand accomplishment in the heartless Grand Tao. But now that she was in the 6th order open heaven realm, what was the point of mentioning this? Chu Huashang added, if junior brother becomes my partner, there is no need for you to join Yin Cave Heaven. Since you are now the Lord of Voidland, we only need to maintain it in name. If you want to stay in Voidland, you can stay here, or if you want to come to Yin Cave Heaven, you can do that too. Yang Kai looked at her and said, is this what you want, senior sister, or is this what Yin Cave Heaven wants? Chu Huashang lowered her head, twisted her hands around the corners of her clothes, and said softly, "It doesn't matter whose wish it is, what matters is what junior brother thinks." Seeing her act this way, Yang Kai was touched to know that Yin Yang Cave Heaven had not requested this. Rather, it was completely pursued by Chu Huashang herself. She wanted to use Yin Yang Cave Heaven to shield him, even at the expense of her own reputation. He hurriedly got up and bowed. "Senior sister's good intentions, this junior brother has received them, but I am only one step away. If I can't take this step, my Tao heart will forever be obscured, and even if I achieve the sixth order open heaven realm, I am afraid that it will become difficult to continue in the future." Hearing this, Chu Huashang sighed. Although she had expected it, she was still a little disappointed to hear Yang Kai say this. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Senior sister admires junior brother's firm will in the pursuit of the martial Tao. I will be stationed in this star city in the future, so maybe I will come visit you in your void land from time to time. I hope it won't be too troublesome when the time comes." Yang Kai laughed. "I'd like nothing more. How could it be troublesome?" Chu Huashang stood up. "Then I'll say take my leave first. I'll return when matters related to the Tao Temple have been settled." Yang Kai got up to send her off, and at the same time summoned Bian Yuqing to accompany her to the governor's residence to help her choose the location for the Tao Temple. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Kai entered retreat once more. However, before he could start cultivating, he noticed that the isolation barrier had been touched and frowned. He opened the barrier, and Bian Yuqing walked in from the outside. "Sect Master, has Chu Huashang's business arrangements been completed?" Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing said, "Yes, the arrangements have been made." As she spoke, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Bian Yuqing looked at him with a puzzled face. "Isn't this something that Sect Master left behind?" Some disciples saw it while cleaning the reception hall, and thought it was something that the Sect Master had accidentally dropped, so they handed it over to this mistress. Yang Kai laughed. "How could I have left something behind? It should be Senior Sister Chu's. Go and return the box to her." Bian Yuqing replied, "Sect Master, if this was really Lady Chu's, then it can't be sent back, since this should be her gift to you. She is a sixth order open heaven realm. How could she have taken out and then forgotten a box for no reason?" When Yang Kai heard this, he pondered over it. After Chu Huashang entered the reception hall, he hadn't seen her take out this box. Only after she left did a disciple discover it, which made it apparent that Chu Huashang had left it behind on purpose. Her cultivation was now much higher than Yang Kai's, so if she wanted to do something covertly, he would not be able to discover it. If it wasn't for the disciples who saw it while cleaning the reception hall, it would not have been found. The contents of this box should be very valuable, Bian Yuqing casually stated. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's anticipation, Bian Yuqing said, "Sect Master, it's time." Yang Kai gently nodded, rubbing his fingers unconsciously. In the past two auctions, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill marked the end, but this time was different. On the auction stage, Yun Xinghua said loudly, "Honored guests, today we have a special item we would like to present, and I believe many will certainly be interested in it." In the auction house, the people who were about to leave stopped and looked towards Yun Xinghua curiously. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already been auctioned off, so what else did Voidland have to offer? Was it more precious than the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? In front of everyone's eyes, Yun Xinghua took out a wooden box, used a secret technique to open its seal, and declared loudly, "A seventh-order Yang element monster core from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." The audience immediately flew into an uproar. Although the auction held by Void Auction House was quite good this time and many high-class items had appeared, no one had imagined that such a valuable item would appear. Even top auction houses like Red Cloud's Auction House, which belonged to Red Cloud's cave heaven, would often have 7th-order items for sale. From the private rooms, powerful divine senses undisguisedly swarmed towards the wooden box to check whether it was really true. Although Yun Xinghua was a 4th-order open heaven master, cold sweat oozed from his forehead due to the pressure that was like a mountain engulfing him at that moment. He felt like he was a little sheep that was being targeted by a bunch of hungry wolves. Suppressing the trepidation in his heart, Yun Xinghua took a deep breath and continued, "This item is not for auction, and only an exchange will be accepted. My Void Auction House would like to exchange this for a 7th-order Een element treasure. If anyone has something suitable, please contact me, and rest assured, my Void Auction House will definitely give enough compensation." Yun Xinghua looked around and waited for a long time, but no one made a sound. In room A1, Yang Kai also monitored the situation, but he did not feel too disappointed to see no response since he had expected this. This time was just a publicity stunt. Yang Kai believed that due to this announcement, the news that Void Auction House was trying to exchange a 7th-order Yang element treasure for a 7th-order Een element treasure would soon spread, and anyone who met the conditions would take the initiative to approach them. Of course, this was provided that this person was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai was confident that in this way, the matter regarding his need for a high-rank Een element treasure would be known to the entire 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai wanted to act secretively, but he had already revealed the fact that he had condensed multiple high-order elements. Anyone who was interested in him could deduce what elements he currently lacked. There was no harm in letting others know that he needed a Een element treasure now. This was probably not something that he would get in a short period of time. He might have to wait for a long time, maybe 3 to 5 years, several dozen years, or even hundreds of years. But Yang Kai could wait. Compared to the pursuit of the martial Tao, a small wait was but a trivial matter. Moreover, he was still young, and he had only recently entered the vast outer universe. In a trivial 20 or 30 years, he had already accomplished what ordinarily took others hundreds if not thousands of years to complete. He had enough qualifications to wait it out. While waiting, he could also accumulate and fortify his foundation, paving a smoother road to his future, thus saving himself time and effort when he eventually did break through. Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the final item every single time. Even though one was sold every 3 months, the price of this item only got higher with time. After all, there were too many cultivators that needed this kind of spirit pill. Which cave heaven or paradise did not have a few core disciples? When these disciples advanced to the open heaven realm, even if they were well prepared, and even if they had great confidence in themselves, accidents could always occur. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had fallen due to tiny mistakes, vanishing from the annals of history? If those cave heavens and paradises wanted their disciples to advance to the open heaven realm successfully, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the best guarantee. Across the 3,000 worlds, the only place a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could be acquired was Void Auction House. Void Star City's popularity was booming, and it had only taken a trivial year to become crowded. The Void Dock now had to limit the flow of people entering the city, because every moment, there were more flight-type artifacts queuing up outside, waiting to be let in. Only when people inside left were people outside allowed to enter. Bian Yuqing was planning on expanding the size of Star City, because under the current situation, it was already somewhat unable to meet its high popularity. But she was overruled by Yang Kai after she made this proposal. Voidland had sprung up suddenly and had been growing too fast, leading to a lack of experience in various matters. So right now, they had to focus on gaining stability, not endless expansion. Therefore, even though he knew that expanding the Star City could bring even greater profits, Yang Kai did not agree to it. Since there were 2 divine spirits in Voidland, Yang Kai felt that as long as he didn't go out and cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't do anything to him. It would not be too late to make plans after he got his high-rank Een element treasure and advanced to the high-rank open heaven realm. One day, when Yang Kai was in the middle of retreat, he felt the barrier being touched, so he opened his eyes. Without an appropriate Yin element material, he could not advance to the open heaven realm. He had entered retreat this time only to further his understanding of the elements he had already condensed, hoping he might uncover some kind of new divine ability from them. As such, it wasn't a big problem that he was disturbed. Opening the barrier, Bian Yuqing walked in from outside. Yang Kai asked, "Does senior sister Chu need something again?" In the past 6 months, Chu Huashang had opened a Dao temple in the Star City. She had just advanced to the open heaven realm, so she had spent most of her time there for 2 reasons. Yang Kai said while shaking his head slowly. Fang Yu asked anxiously, "When I came here, I passed through the Star City dock and it was quite overcrowded. Does senior brother need manpower to maintain order? Although this Fang's cultivation is low, I will still do my best." Yang Kai said, "I have people guarding the dock, so I won't bother Brother Fang." "Well, if Brother Fang is free, you might as well spend some time in my Voidland. I still have some things to do, so I won't be able to accompany you further." Saying so, he stood up. Fang Yu rushed up to him in a stride, grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve, and hurriedly said, "Senior brother, please stay." Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Brother Fang, is there anything else?" Fang Yu faltered and blushed slightly, unable to speak. Yang Kai sighed. "Brother Fang, just say what you have to say, why beat around the bush?" When Fang Yu saw his expression, he suddenly came to his senses. "Senior brother, you already expected me to ask for help." Yang Kai said, "I had a guess, but I wasn't sure. Now I am. Brother Fang is here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, right?" Fang Yu's face turned slightly red and he looked very embarrassed when Yang Kai said that. "Senior brother, this Fang Yu would like to offer his services to you, and hopes senior brother will take me in." Yang Kai took a deep look at him and held out his hand. "Let's sit down and talk." The 2 men retook their seats. Yang Kai said slowly, "Brother Fang should have a great aptitude to be valued by the solid earth black tortoise and be chosen as his bearer, but 6th order elements are probably a bit too much for Brother Fang. Of course, the solid earth black tortoise would not care about your future problems. He only wanted Brother Fang to be as strong as possible, so that he could win the first place in the spirit-seizing war. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the solid earth black tortoise helped Brother Fang to forcibly raise your strength, right?" Fang Yu said with shame, "It appears I can't hide anything from senior brother Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I was there in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary as well, and I was chosen to be a bearer, so I know firsthand about such matters." At that time, Zhu Jiao-yin also wanted to forcibly raise Yang Kai's strength by making him condense a 6th order earth element. However, Yang Kai staked his own life against it, forcing her to back down. Furthermore, considering that Yang Kai was originally refining 7th order elements and his strength was already phenomenal, Zhu Jiao-yin was willing to back down. But others, such as Fang Yu, were not so lucky, and were forced by their divine spirits to condense 6th order or even 7th order elements. Even taking the entire 3,000 worlds into consideration, those who could condense 6th order powers and directly achieve the 6th order open heaven realm were extreme rarities, often core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. There were only a few of such people in each generation, such as Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran and so on. Although Fang Yu and the others had good aptitudes and were valued by the divine spirits, they were still inferior to geniuses like Gu Pan and Chu Huashang. Their limit was the 5th order. Even though forcing them to condense 6th order elements could grant them more power for a short period of time, allowing them to gain some advantage in the spirit-seizing war, it would leave fatal drawbacks. These drawbacks would become more and more serious as they progressed in their cultivation. By condensing elements beyond what they were capable of bearing, once they tried to break through to the open heaven realm, they would most likely die. From the situation Feng Yu pitched, it could be seen that the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary needed Heavenly Yuan's seal stabilizing pills much more than others. The closer they were to breaking through, the more urgent their need would be. Thus, what Feng Yu was saying had promise indeed. If what this Feng said assured senior brother, please let me handle this matter. If I act as an example, I believe they will be more assured. Feng Yu volunteered. Since he had just joined Voidland, he needed to do something to prove his worth, not just silently cultivate. What does junior brother plan to do? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Feng Yu smiled and said, I would like to ask senior brother to allocate a store to me. This junior brother can open a Grand Ancient Ruins shop in the Star City, not to sell anything, just to allow people to be able to find and come to this junior brother. Yang Kai laughed. Is junior brother trying to fish? Feng Yu winked at him and said, the ones who need it will take the bait. If Feng Yu personally ran the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Yang Kai believed that those who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would be much less wary, and it would be much easier to recruit them. Yang Kai had no reason to refuse, anyway. It was only a single store, and it didn't matter even if he could not recruit people. He immediately called Bian Yu Qing in and asked her to cooperate with Feng Yu. Soon, a store called Grand Ancient Ruins Shop opened in the center of the Star City, near Void Auction House. Grand Ancient Ruins Shop sold numerous goods, but none of the items were particularly valuable. In other words, it was a general store. There were also only a few shop hands in the Grand Ancient Ruins Shop. The sudden appearance of such a shop in such a prime location naturally aroused the interest of many who came to investigate, but after ascertaining the circumstances of Grand Ancient Ruins shop, many people sighed, thinking that the shopkeeper was simply stupid. It was an unwise decision to open the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in such an area, which was a waste of money. Therefore, the popularity of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary quickly died out a few days after it opened. The few shop hands had nothing to do all day long, and Feng Yu just sat behind the counter and cultivated in silence. However, the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had its first harvest after just 10 days. A young man called Li Yi approached Feng Yu, talked with him in a secret room, and was quickly introduced to Voidland. Li Yi was also one of the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Just like Feng Yu, he was a rogue cultivator. However, he was a little bit inferior when compared to Feng Yu as he had only condensed fifth-order elements. Still, even fifth-order elements was beyond his limit. When Feng Yu heard about the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, he took the initiative to come to the Star City, which Li Yi had also done. However, Li Yi had no relationship with Yang Kai whatsoever, except for the fact that he was brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by him. Thus, he did not take the liberty of visiting Yang Kai due to the fear that he would be ignored. Moreover, he could not be sure that Voidland's lord was the Yang Kai he met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If this Yang Kai was not the one that he knew, and they just had similar names, then he would be put in an awkward spot. When Li Yi was at a loss for what to do, he passed by the Grand Ancient Ruins shop and saw Feng Yu. He was not familiar with Feng Yu, but he had met with him face-to-face before, so he naturally remembered him. Li Yi felt surprised and delighted and decided to talk to him. Feng Yu was waiting for this moment, so he didn't hesitate and immediately led Li Yi into the secret room. Being that he was a shop hand of first in, and the personal attendant of the proprietress, who would dare attack him so recklessly? If Bai Qi was so seriously injured, what about the proprietress? Yang Kai's heart clenched, and he suddenly had a sinking feeling, like a big invisible net was covering him. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately summoned Yu He and asked her to follow him to the Star City Void Dock. Soon, Yang Kai saw Old Bai while Jin Yuan Lang personally reported the situation at the dock. Void Star City was now overcrowded, and every day there were many people waiting in line outside the dock to enter. Although the number of people was quite large, Jin Yuan Lang had been in charge of the dock for a few years now, so he was able to handle it. When checking one of the ships waiting to enter, the owner reported that there was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Bai Qi on board, who seemed to know the Lord of Voidland. Jin Yuan Lang did not dare to be slow and went to check, and when he saw that it was indeed Bai Qi, he urgently treated his wounds to stabilize his condition while also sending a message to Voidland. When Yang Kai arrived, Bai Qi was still in a coma, his face as pale as paper. His aura was unstable, and his body was drenched with fresh blood. The dried blood was caked onto his clothes in a way that was unbearable to see. Sect Master, Brother Bai has already taken a healing pill, and there is no danger to his life for the time being, but Jin Yuan Lang, who was worried, stepped forward to whisper something to Yang Kai. But what? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, his face almost dripping with gloom. But Brother Bai had pushed himself too far. When he was seriously injured, he did not heal his injuries properly and instead overexerted his own strength, resulting in the small universe in his body showing signs of instability. There is a risk that it might collapse soon. It is difficult to say whether he will survive. Yang Kai's face became uglier and uglier. If the small universe in Bai Qi's body really collapsed, then his cultivation would become completely useless and he would become a cripple. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuan Lang shook his head slowly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yu He. After all, someone from Abundance City would not know much about this kind of thing while Yu He might have some options. Yu He promptly answered, if we have a star-gathering universe pill, it should help him stabilize his small universe. During battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters, there are cases like Old Bai's, where the small universe in their body becomes turbulent. If the situation is mild, it is fine and can be resolved with some meditation and quiet cultivation, but if it is serious, it would require external help to restore. The star-gathering universe pill has this effect, but that pill is precious and ordinary alchemists would find it difficult to refine. Yang Kai immediately said, send out a message that my Voidland is offering a huge reward for a star-gathering universe pill. If anyone has this spirit pill or can refine it, Voidland will fulfill any one wish they have, as long as it is within our ability. The Star City was now full of talented people from all walks of life, and even many alchemists from other great forces were stationed here. The only way to get a star-gathering universe pill was from the Star City, and Yang Kai could only pray that someone in Star City had or could refine one. After asking Yu He to take care of Old Bai, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, what happened? Jin Yuan Lang cupped his fist and said, Sect Master, my subordinates don't know what happened exactly, but when they were checking a certain ship, someone reported that there was a seriously injured person on board, called Bai Qi. Martial Peak, Chapter 4357, Hitting a Wall. That said, Yang Kai still felt somewhat uneasy since, right now, no one knew what the proprietress situation was. Old Bai's physical injuries had healed a lot thanks to his wood element power and the healing pills he had taken. All remaining issues need to be taken care of slowly. Right now, the greatest problem he faced was the instability of the small universe in his body, but that required the star-gathering universe pill to resolve. Leaving Yu He to look after Old Bai, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Mo Mei, inquiring about the situation. Shortly afterwards, Mo Mei replied that the star-gathering universe pill was being refined. While she didn't know when it would be successfully completed, once the pill was ready, she would send it to Voidland immediately. Yang Kai stood on the top of a certain spirit peak after breaking off the transmission with Mo Mei. Gazing at the sea of clouds, he sorted out his jumbled thoughts while his mind wandered. The proprietress was in trouble, and someone was trying to lure him out of Voidland, but in the face of this situation, he really did not have any good solution. Unless he acted like a shrinking turtle, he could not sit idly by. However, if he really did rush out of Voidland, his enemy's scheme would be successful. After a long contemplation, Yang Kai's gaze gradually hardened. His body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived outside of a great palace, which was protected by layers of arrays. Entry into this part of the Voidland was forbidden for any uninvited person. Even its open heaven realm masters had to go around this place. This couldn't be helped, because this was the place where Zhu Jiuyin cultivated in retreat. Facing this palace, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Senior, Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." There was no response. Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior, I need to see you urgently, please show yourself." Even after calling for her 3 times in a row, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond. Yang Kai felt very annoyed. Although there were barriers here, Zhu Jiuyin was incredibly powerful, so she certainly knew he was here. She must have also heard his voice, yet she was not showing up. What did that mean? Ever since she came to Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin had been living in seclusion, except for the last time when the 100 Sects Alliance had come. Other than that time, she had basically not shown herself. Normally, since Zhu Jiuyin had taken such an attitude, Yang Kai would not impose himself on her. However, this time, since it was related to the safety of the proprietress, he had no choice but to risk offending her. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, its tip pointing forward. With a single thought, the 9 heavenly layers grand array roared to life, making the entire Voidland buzz. It had been 3 years since the last time the 9 heavenly layers grand array had been activated, so while the starlight strength gathered in such a short period of time was not much, it was enough to support Yang Kai to activate it at least once. The Azure Dragon Spear suddenly turned into a great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. The giant dragon stared at the palace's front door majestically, ready to pounce with its teeth and claws. "You dare to display such impudence, you brat?" Zhu Jiuyin's voice boomed in Yang Kai's ears, and a slender figure entered his field of vision after the palace's restriction disappeared. Seeing her, Yang Kai hurriedly dispersed the power of the Grand Array and put away the Azure Dragon Spear. His action had made the great dragon disintegrated into thin air. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with annoyance. "What madness possessed you to do this, you smelly brat?" Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, and after taking a few sharp gasps for breath, he cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior, but the situation is urgent." Zhu Jiuyin looked at him suspiciously and frowned when she saw him so disturbed. Last time, when the 100 Sects Alliance had come, Yang Kai was as steady as a mountain and did not send any messages to her, asking for help, until the very last moment. It was only when the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly showed up that Zhu Jiuyin really took action. What could have happened this time for him to appear so disturbed? Faintly aware that the situation this time was probably not a small matter, Zhu Jiuyin softly snorted, "Come in and talk." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai followed Zhu Jiuyin into the palace after he cupped his fist. After the guest and the host were seated, Yang Kai looked around and saw no sign of Xianxia Luo. She was obviously cultivating in retreat. With Zhu Jiuyin, a divine spirit of the same lineage as her, personally teaching her, Xianxia Luo's future cultivation path was not something Yang Kai needed to worry about. "So, what is it?" Zhu Jiuyin proactively asked. Yang Kai organized his thoughts and told her briefly about what had happened to the proprietress. Zhu Jiuyin listened to him completely before she snorted, What the hell did you do to provoke so many people to deal with you? Last time, it was the 100 Sects Alliance, and this time, it is clear that some group is targeting you. This queen and that old turtle are present in Voidland, which is why they are using that Lan Yu Rua as bait to lure you out. It is only because of your relationship with her. What Senior says is true. Someone is trying to lure me out, Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Jiao-yin looked at him with amusement. Since you know this, why don't you just not go out? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I have to go. Since the mastermind behind this had told Old Bai to go to Voidland and inform him, it was clear that his target was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not show up, the crisis that the proprietress was in would not be resolved. Furthermore, she would only be put into more danger. So, even though he knew that once he left Voidland he would be stepping into a trap set by someone else, Yang Kai had to leap into it. Zhu Jiao-yin looked up and down at him. I didn't know you were so foolish till now. Yang Kai quickly replied, Senior, please don't joke right now. This junior is feeling really anxious. Zhu Jiao-yin laughed coldly. What kind of bewitching soup did that woman feed you for you to even risk yourself to save her? Do you not know, if something happens to you, Luo will try to avenge you no matter what? Martial Peak, Chapter 4358, Tortoise Shell. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and the old man Bai Shi sat facing each other with a chessboard in between them. They played in turns, and Yang Kai, who did not know how to play this game too well, was soon defeated. Xiao Hong stood behind him, watching nervously and clenching her little fists from time to time, while Xiao He sat beside him, mindlessly giggling and drooling all over the place. Boy, you are a little unfocused today, no? Bai Shi said smilingly, and casually placed a piece. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at him and dropped the piece in his hand onto the board, saying, Senior, why do you ask? Voidland in its entirety was carried by Bai Shi on his back. Thus, if he so desired, nothing in Voidland could escape his perception. Yang Kai had gone to Zhu Jiao-yin's place and had almost made a big scene just a few moments earlier. Thus, he did not believe that the old turtle had not noticed. Bai Shi laughed. You didn't come to this old master to vent the anger you feel towards that little spider, right? While saying that, he raised his hand to wipe the drool off the corner of Xiao Hei's mouth before stroking his head with a doting expression. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, This junior naturally dares not to, but the future is looking very dim. That is why I came to Senior this time, to ask for advice. Bai Shi slowly tidied up the pieces and gently said, This is an unsolvable game. This old master can't do anything about it, unless you learn from this old master. Saying so, he shrank his neck and made a very vivid action, and became a shrinking turtle. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior knows that is impossible. Then you'll have to go and die. Xiao Hong looked towards Yang Kai nervously, tears welling up in her eyes. Is there really no advice Senior can give me? Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. Bai Shi sighed. This old master really cannot help much with this. This old master can still be of some use if something happens in your void territory, but this time, you have to travel far away. You know the size of this old master. I would never be able to pass through the territory gate unless I transform and shrink. But if I do that, your Voidland will definitely be torn apart. Do you want to give up on Voidland? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Voidland had hundreds of thousands of disciples living in it. If he really gave up on it, where would they go? But there would be no way to get through the territory gate to other great territories if Bai Shi didn't shrink himself first. So, from the beginning, Yang Kai didn't really expect Bai Shi to follow him with his real body. Senior, what about your embodiment? Yang Kai stared at him, not moving for a moment. Bai Shi replied, This old master's embodiment is able to borrow power only when it is in the vicinity of my true body. It cannot exert much strength when it is too far away. Outside this territory, It will at best be on par with a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Do you actually lack 6th Order Open Heaven Realm subordinates? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, when Baishi's embodiment had appeared, it easily blocked a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike. Thus, Yang Kai thought that the old man's embodiment was also extremely powerful. Now, he realized that the old man's embodiment was only able to do that by borrowing the power of his real body. If Baishi's embodiment was really only equivalent to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, its presence wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Zhu Jiao-yin had rejected him with no trace of politeness, and now he could not even count on Baishi. Yang Kai felt his future looked completely bleak. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Does Senior know anything about the Shattered Heaven?" Baishi said, "I know a little bit about it." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4359, Interception. No matter what he said, Yang Kai could not persuade Yu-He, so he could only give up and let out a sigh. Fine. This trip is dangerous, so it'll be just you, me, and old Bai. Yu-He said, "What about Mo Mei?" Voidland needs someone to assume command, so Mo Mei can't leave. No one else needs to know. I will write a letter to her explaining the situation. This trip to the Shattered Heaven was not a problem that could be solved with numbers. Since the mastermind behind this wanted to lure him out of Voidland, they must be fully prepared. Voidland's current strength was most likely not worthy enough to be placed in front of their eyes. What's more, if they sent too many people, they would easily expose themselves. Thus, it would be easier for Yang Kai and the others to hide their movements if they embarked on this trip with only 3 people. Subconsciously, Yang Kai was not optimistic about the prospects of this trip. If he really did take all the major pillars of Voidland with him and something went wrong, Voidland would be finished. The hundreds of thousands of disciples would become homeless and displaced. On the contrary, if Mo Mei and the others stayed behind, even if something happened to him, with Voidland's current scale and the almost perfectly prospering Star City, Voidland would still have the power to continue to exist and develop. Yu-He pondered for a moment before gently nodding her head. Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing and gave her a few confidential instructions. A few days later, the Star-Gathering Universe pill was finally refined. Mo Mei delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill's recipe and the 10 portions of the World Source Liquid Yang Kai prepared to the alchemist in question, exchanging the Star-Gathering Universe pill with them. Afterwards, she returned to Voidland. Yu-He stood guard while Old Bai swallowed and refined the Star-Gathering Universe pill. It took a whole day for his small universe, that had been endlessly shaking, to finally settle down. There was no longer any more risk of collapse, he just needed to slowly recuperate. With everything ready, Yang Kai set off, fearing that a long delay would only cause more problems. At the void dock, a large, rough-looking man strode forward while leading a group of people. The disciple who was guarding the dock came forward and bowed while cupping his fist. "Sir Wei, are you on your way out?" Although the person who had arrived was only a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the disciples guarding the dock recognized him because he was Wei Kei, from Great Moon Province, and they had been instructed by their superiors to take special care of him. It seemed that the sect master had some connections with Great Moon Province. Wei Kei chuckled, "Business is good these days, so I'm going back to the sect to pick up some supplies and deliver some profits. I'll have to bother you, fellow brothers." Sir Wei is too polite. The disciple nodded lightly and led a few other disciples to perform a casual inspection before waving them through. After leaving the dock, Wei Kei immediately summoned a boat and took several disciples from Great Moon Province aboard, speeding off into the distance. It was only half a day later that Wei Kei, who was in the cabin compartment, reached out and took a bag from his waist, whispering after patting it gently, "Sect Master Yang, we've already traveled for half a day." Once he was done, the mouth of the bag suddenly opened and 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were none other than Yang Kai, Yu He, and Old Bai. Old Bai, who was still seriously injured, coughed. Yang Kai put the Fated Paths bag away and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Senior Wei." Wei Kei waved his hand. "Sect Master Yang is too polite. Voidland has been very kind to my Great Moon Province." Shen Liang laughed lightly. "You are truly a brat who doesn't fear the heavens. No wonder you dare to act like that. Come, 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 let this monarch dig your heart out to see how big it really is." Saying so, the copper rod in his hand smashed down. Even though it was just the slash of a rod, it felt as if the whole world was crashing down. The terrifying world force tumbled down, making both the heavens and the earth shake. At the same time, Jiang Yunshan also struck with the wooden branch in his hand, which caused lightning to appear and turn into thousands of thunder swords, each thunder sword containing an abundant amount of world force. Old Bai roared with strong spirit. The power of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm poured out, transforming into a sky of fist shadows which clashed with the thunder swords. Yu He summoned a vase with several flower branches in it, each branch with a flower bud on it. She took out a flower branch and shook it. In an instant, flowers filled the sky, gently flying all over the place. Each flower petal was like the world's sharpest blade, able to cut even space. The main reason why there was a huge gap between the strength of a newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master and an old Open Heaven Realm Master was the difference in accumulation in their small universes. There was also a huge difference in the quality of the artifacts that they possessed. Even if the artifacts one possessed before they advanced to the Open Heaven realm were exceptional, they would not be useful after they broke through. The chasm between the Emperor realm and the Open Heaven realm was just too great. Thus, one had to find someone to refine new artifacts or buy new ones that were suitable for their new Open Heaven realm cultivation. Artifacts of the Open Heaven realm were graded on the same scale as the Open Heaven realm itself. Yang Kai was something of an exception, as even though he had not advanced to the Open Heaven realm yet, he had a powerful weapon like the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands. Thus, he need not pay much attention to this. However, after the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Yang Kai began paying closer attention to Open Heaven realm artifacts. This couldn't be helped. There were too many new Open Heaven realm masters in Voidland, and their base strength couldn't be raised in a short period of time. After all, it took time to strengthen one's foundation. Thus, if he wanted to immediately raise their combat power, he had to use external means like artifacts. Martial Peak, Chapter 4360, Prophetic Words. When the 100 Sects Alliance attacked, Mo Mei was pitted against Wan Baifeng and ended up being completely outclassed. Of course, the biggest reason was because she had just broken through and her foundation was still unstable, but there was another matter as well, which was that she lacked suitable artifacts to assist her. Thus, she ended up having to use her bare hands to fight. If she had an artifact that suited her current cultivation at that time, the situation would have been much better. As such, after the Star City was rebuilt and developed, Yang Kai asked Bian Yuqing to allocate a large amount of money to purchase artifacts for Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, with the many spoils obtained after the battle, many of Voidland's new Open Heaven Realm Masters could now exert much greater power than they were able to at that time. The vase in Yuhi's hands was worth 40 million Open Heaven pills. It was an artifact meant for those in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The artifacts used by Open Heaven Realm Masters were all capable of channeling and augmenting world force, which were incomparable to the artifacts used by cultivators below the Open Heaven realm. Flower petals flew amidst the sky that was filled with flowers in the void, which made Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan lose all sense of direction. How could they find Yang Kai and the others, when the only thing they could sense around them were colorful flower petals and chilling murderous intent? It was almost as if they were trapped in a sealed world. Hurriedly, both of them used secret techniques to try and break out of the trap, which caused shockwaves and endless rumbles to sound. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted without hesitation when he saw that the two of them were trapped, immediately wrapping he and Old Bai in his space principles to escape. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The space around them seemed to have turned into a cage, locking them in place, making it impossible to flee. "We're trapped." Yang Kai's face was gloomy. This feeling seemed familiar. Instantly, a person's figure popped up in his mind, which caused him to grit his teeth and shout, "Luan Baifeng." When the 100 Sects alliances invaded Voidland, Luan Baifeng had been there to help Kong Feng. This woman was extremely proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. If there was anyone that could seal a local region of space so quickly and quietly, it was her. When Kong Feng was captured, that woman resolutely fled. Yang Kai thought she had gone back to Black Prison, but unexpectedly, she was here. In other words, this time, they were not facing off against 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but 3. Luan Baifeng's figure suddenly appeared, along with a charming laugh. She spoke while playfully looking at Yang Kai. "Little boy, you have a good head on your shoulders. You could even guess that this queen was also here. Then, guess again, will you be able to leave alive this time?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Luan Baifeng, my Void Land and your Black Prison have no grudges or enmity. Why do you keep coming to provoke trouble again and again?" Yang Kai felt hatred surging within him. If it wasn't for this woman, he could have taken he and Old Bai away with his instantaneous movement. But this woman had sealed off that possibility, making him unable to escape with his space principles. Luan Baifeng flicked her jade-like finger and said with a smile, "We really do have no grievances, but this queen is short of or slaves and is very interested in your Open Heaven Realm Masters. How about this? Give me all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in your Void Land, then I will spare your life. How about it?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4361, A Smooth Journey. The situation had been decided. If Heavenly Sword Union did not have backup, Shen Liang and the others would not be able to turn the tide. However, Heavenly Sword Union was only a second-class great force. After Kong Feng's death, sending 2 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to set up an ambush here was already their limit. Even if they still had another master of such caliber, it was impossible for them to be here, since they still needed someone to assume command of their headquarters. Only if this ambush was part of a greater plot, where a stronger mastermind was waiting behind the scenes, could the situation be reversed, but that was unlikely. Since the mastermind was using the proprietress to lure Yang Kai to the Shattered Heaven, they must be planning to strike there. Shen Liang and others were probably just the vanguard, sent to test Yang Kai's depths. In fact, Shen Liang and others had already accomplished their mission, since at least Zhu Jioyin and Chu Huashang had been exposed. This news could naturally not be concealed from those plotting behind the scenes, giving them time to prepare. With so many unknowns though, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He continued to surge his space principles in case he needed to escape. In front of Zhu Jioyin, Luan Baifeng was simply unable to fight back. In a matter of just 2 or 3 moves, she was severely wounded and was coughing up blood. Luan Baifeng was also a very decisive woman. Knowing that she was definitely not Zhu Jioyin's opponent and that a prolonged battle would lead to her death, she used a divine ability that Yang Kai had never seen before and turned into a red beam of light, traveling thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jioyin didn't pursue her as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was determined to flee was not so easy to kill. Not to mention, Zhu Jioyin was also worried about possible ambushes lying in wait for her. Seeing that she couldn't kill Luan Baifeng in short order, she simply gave up and turned her gaze towards Shen Liang. Shen Liang felt so depressed that he almost spat out blood. Yu He alone was enough to constrain him, so with Zhu Jiuyin joining in, how could he be their match? Even though he went all out to resist, he was surrounded by danger and was repeatedly walking along the edge of death. On the other hand, Jiang Yunshan, who was tied down by Chu Huashang, saw Luan Baifeng's escape and Shun Liang's desperate situation and decisively attacked Chu Huashang with all his strength. Creating an opening, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. He knew that Shun Liang, who was targeted by an existence like Zhu Jiuyin, was finished, and if he didn't leave, when Zhu Jiuyin was done dealing with Shun Liang, he would be next. 2 of the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fled immediately after Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang showed up. Shen Liang also wanted to flee, but how could he manage to escape? Seeing his own Vice-Union Master running faster than a rabbit from the corner of his eyes, he felt a mixture of grief and anger as his face turned ashen. Teetering on the brink of death, Shen Liang cried out, "Spare my life, and from now on Heavenly Sword Union will follow only Void Land." Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand latched onto the top of his head at that moment, and a violent and unstable power emanated from within her palm. Turning her head to look towards Yang Kai, she silently asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Shen Liang understood that his survival depended entirely on Yang Kai's thoughts, so how could he still care about their gap in cultivation and status? He hastily pleaded, "This Shen is willing to swear an oath on his martial heart. Please show mercy, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai was not moved and uttered only one word, "Kill." Martial Peak, Chapter 4362, Eyes for Sale. After giving it a thought, Bai Qi realized that Yang Kai was right, so he nodded in agreement. Following that, they moved into the lawless Star City. Not only was this place chaotic, but the buildings were also built in a haphazard fashion. There were some people who had gotten into scuffles on the streets, and the stains of blood on the ground suggested that many lives were lost here. As Yang Kai silently scanned his surroundings, he was horrified to learn that the cultivators moving around this damned place were mostly Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were rarely any cultivators like him who hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. After pondering on it for a moment though, he realized that Shattered Heaven was a truly dangerous place, so no weak cultivators were able to venture into this area. Being an Open Heaven Realm Master was probably the minimum requirement. Furthermore, most Open Heaven Realm Masters here looked destitute, which explained why they took a huge risk to look for opportunities in this dangerous place. Yang Kai was a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master who was followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Yu He, and the other strong cultivators, so this group of people looked rather conspicuous in this city. The people who could make a living here were all cultivators with sharp vision, so they were able to easily tell that it was difficult to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the others. Therefore, even though many people had their eyes on them, no one dared to go anywhere near them. Whenever Yang Kai and the others went, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that separated the onlookers. "Some people are secretly paying attention to us," Zhu Jiuyin said in a small voice all of a sudden. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That's expected. It'd be strange if no one is paying attention to us." Upon seeing a restaurant, Yang Kai led all of them inside. People from all walks of life had gathered together in the restaurant and it was quite bustling, with shop hands running around with their backs soaked in sweat. The shopkeeper looked grumpy and had ugly facial features, but he was truly powerful as he was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After getting a private room, Yang Kai's group ordered some signature dishes before sitting down and waiting. Soon, the dishes and bottles of wine were served. Even though they were delectable, no one started eating as Yang Kai just sat with his eyes closed, waiting. Since he hadn't made a move, Yu He and the others would naturally stay still. On the other hand, Bai Qi kept squirming as though he was sitting on pins and needles. It had been half a year since the proprietress got into trouble, but they hadn't found out her whereabouts until now, so he was expected to be apprehensive. Just 1 hour later, Zhu Jiaoyin suddenly took a look at Yang Kai, who seemed to have noticed it as well and opened his eyes. Zhu Jiaoyin said impassively, "He's here." Yang Kai gently let out a breath and replied, "Good." Even though he had comforted by Qi earlier, he wasn't confident that the mastermind would show up to see him here. His plan was that if no one showed up after a day, he could only ask Bai Qi to lead them to the place where the proprietress got into trouble, then they'd search for her slowly. Now, it seemed that his speculation was right. Since he had come to Shattered Heaven as he was told, the mastermind was supposed to show up and reveal his intentions. Next, they heard a series of footsteps as some people were coming upstairs in a calm manner. Before they even arrived, a disturbing aura started permeating the place. Yang Kai frowned and snorted, "They're from Myriad Demon's Heaven." He was certain that the aura was Demon Qi as he was familiar with it. Very few lost their lives when breaking through. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch led them all the way to Shattered Heaven. Due to the fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch loved drinking human blood, he would need an open heaven realm master to use as blood food from time to time. The Shattered Heaven was a chaotic and lawless place, where countless lives were lost every day. As a formidable force like them wandered around, they could wait for the right targets and make a move at the right time. There were many unlucky open heaven realm masters who were captured by them and brought to this place to be served as blood sacrifices for Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, even though they were powerful, there were times when they were not lucky enough to find any target. For a time like this, Black Crow Divine Monarch would choose one of them to be his blood sacrifice. Initially, 35 people had left the blood monster territory with Black Crow Divine Monarch, but after just 3 years, only a little more than 20 of them were left. Those who were gone didn't lose their lives in battle, but instead had their blood essence sucked dry by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Luck wasn't on their side recently as they couldn't capture anyone to serve as blood food, so as soon as they heard the shriek, they knew that one of their companions had perished. Now, their life or death was basically in Black Crow Divine Monarch's hands. Although some of them were stronger than him, none of them dared to rebel. If this went on, all of them would be killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch in a few years. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction for them, he also left something in their bodies, which ensured that they wouldn't be able to break free from his control even after they advanced to the open heaven realm. The shrieks didn't last for a long time. After slightly more than 10 breaths' time, the voice weakened. The open heaven realm masters on the spirit province sported in different expressions as they were already used to this. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, "Someone is coming." The people who were responsible for standing guard immediately looked around and saw a ray of light approaching them at high speed, and they quickly put their guard up. However, just a moment later, someone recognized the person who was approaching and shouted, "Don't panic. It's Tan Luo Xing." As expected, Tan Xing Lu appeared within everyone's sight just a while later, but before he even reached them, he exclaimed, "Hide yourselves. There are some new blood sacrifices following me." Upon hearing that, all of them became energized as they used their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures. They had been extremely unlucky recently as they were unable to capture any blood sacrifice at all. Who could have thought that we'd reunite in this place? Black Crow's eyes seemed able to spit fire as he snarled, "Quit being so presumptuous. How dare you call this monarch by his name?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's just a name. Please don't mind it, divine monarch." Black Crow snorted, "Stinking brat, you ruined this monarch's plans in the blood monster cave heaven, yet you still have the gall to show up in front of me? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a divine spirit to protect you?" Then he lifted both arms and put on a smug smile. "Do you see it now? I have many powerful subordinates with me. As soon as I give the order, they'll kill you." Yang Kai spoke up with an amiable expression, "I believe that you're capable of doing that. However, it's pointless for you to kill me now. The blood monster cave heaven is gone, and you're currently being hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. I believe that life has been terrible for you in the shattered heaven, am I right?" At the mention of this, Black Crow became even more infuriated. If you hadn't interfered, this monarch wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. If he had managed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, he could have taken control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and made use of the resources left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to restore his strength while remaining hidden from the world, rather than being forced to flee and getting hunted down. "I was forced to do that, Divine Monarch. If you had really refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace, I would have died. In order to survive, I had to oppose you at that time," Yang Kai said with a smile, as though he wasn't the one who did that back then. Black Crow barked, "What do you want, boy? Have you come all the way here just to annoy me? In that case, this monarch will never let you off." "Of course not." Yang Kai shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm here to join forces with you." Black Crow gawked for a moment before growling, "Are you saying that you want to join forces with this monarch? Did you fumble your words? Or did I mishear you?" Yang Kai replied, "You didn't mishear me, nor did I speak wrongly." Black Crow looked around and laughed in a maniacal manner. His laugh reverberated across the entire spirit province. A moment later, he stopped laughing and snorted, "Even though this monarch has no idea what your intentions are, I know that you've not some kind-hearted saint. Scram while I'm still in a good mood, otherwise, all of you have to lose your lives here." Yang Kai stared at him and shook his head. "You haven't even asked about what I want to join forces with you for, Divine Monarch. Why are you in a rush to chase me away?" Black Crow scoffed, "If possible, you're the first one this monarch would kill. Are you taunting me by telling me to work with you?" Yang Kai said with a frown, "We can settle the score between us in the future, Divine Monarch. Such a chance is hard to come by. If you don't make a move now, you'll regret it in the future, won't you? Do you want to keep hiding in the shattered heaven forever? If they discover your whereabouts, do you think they'll let you live peacefully here? This is none of your business. Get lost now, or else I'll kill you right here." Black Crow waved his hand to chase them away. "Divine Monarch." While Yang Kai attempted to keep persuading him, the blood mist around Black Crow undulated as he snapped, "If you don't leave within 3 breaths, you'll have to stay here forever." Following that, the 20 or so mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters circulated their strength. At that instant, the aura of world force permeated the broken hall. Yu He Chu Huashang and Bai Qi became alarmed, with only Zhu Jiao remaining impassive as she stared coldly at Black Crow Divine Monarch. A frustrated Yang Kai shot Black Crow Divine Monarch a glare and said through clenched teeth, "We're leaving." Then he turned around and swung his sleeve before walking off, seemingly quite vexed. In the blink of an eye, they left the spirit province and headed straight to the depths of the shattered heaven. Yang Kai swept an impassive glance over them and frowned. After giving it a thought, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, I don't believe that you don't have a sixth order Yin element material, but if I still can't find one after examining all of your rings, I'll ascend to the fifth order. His expression was that of a gambler who had lost it all. Upon hearing that, all of them were stunned. An anxious Yu He said, You can't do that, young master. Yang Kai was unable to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm, so the sixth order was supposed to be his bottom line. The fifth order was totally unacceptable. If he ascended to the fifth order, the highest limit for him would be the seventh order in the future. In other words, the end of Yang Kai's martial Dao was his initial starting point. The disparity between expectation and reality was too great to bear. Bai Qi said, You mustn't ascend to the fifth order, Yang Kai. Chu Huashang also dissuaded him from doing so. Yang Kai put on a bitter smile, I can't ascend to the seventh order, and there isn't a sixth order Yin element treasure now. What can I do if I don't ascend to the fifth order? Wait for them to get the item I want from Shattered Heaven's Star City? Who knows what could happen to Proprietress in 1 month? We can't wait any longer. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Yu He, Do you remember that thing I have? Yu He, who was about to dissuade him again, became startled as she suddenly thought of something. That's right. Young Master still has that thing. With that item in his possession, it makes no difference whether he ascends to the fifth order or sixth order. He can even use this to trick others into believing that he'll only become a fifth order open heaven realm master and stop them from targeting him. In that case, it's not necessarily a bad thing.